Super Street. Super Street. Let's get them rolling. Bring them down. Super Street. Good morning, Super Street underway. Robert D. Francesco, 006, 1088 in the truck to kick things off like he kind of usually does. David Phillips, 11:34.5, 057. We're off and running. The dog pound is open. I went and got my burrito and coffee. You should too. And Betty's here today. So if you thought the food was good the last 2 days, now the brains of the operation's here. You got to see it now. Derek Elliman, Christine Cloud, Stock Eliminator, come on down. Stock Q1, come on down. Christine Cloud, 1091.3, $1.30 was 46 on the tree. Red, 006 Derek Elm, 1094.0. Shootouts in effect today, folks. W.W. Williams shootouts, Super Comp, Super Gassers. Don't forget to bring your money up for RFC. Get in on the shootouts. Davey Adams and Dave Ackard. Davey and Dave. Davey. Let's not go down that road. Dead on 4, Davey Adams. Look, it's race number 2 of the weekend. Everybody's had a couple shots at it now. I would suspect that your W.W. Williams shootout number is going to tighten up here this weekend. Andrew Olson and Jim Laronis. Stock Eliminator. Qualifying session number only. Come on down. Q1, Q only. You guys are class racing today. I'm sure that's not a shock to any of you, but if I just let somebody in stock know they have a class race today, well, Merry Christmas. You have a class race today. This is our version of Merry Christmas. It doesn't come with a present, just a Wally if you manage to get down to be the last card. 1089.3 to a 1089.7 for Andrew Wilson and Jim Laronis. Happy Saturday, folks. Hope we all behaved ourselves last night. I went to literally the only chain restaurant I'll eat at in town, and they didn't have the one thing I wanted. I was not happy. But I got a good night's sleep. The joys of working your home divisional. You get to sleep in your own bed. And then have my 4-year-old walk in at 6:15 and go, let's go watch TV. Kid, don't you know the meaning of sleeping in on the weekend? Jim Gobble, 1088.7. Hugh Miller, 10.905. We call that dead on 5. With an 015 light. Pretty good. Off trailer. Dave Kiesel and Dwayne Daniel. Dave Kiesel had a nice day yesterday. Got all the way down to the final. And then rolled through the beams. Seems like he has fixed that problem. So he's 006 on the tree here. $10.916 for Dwayne Daniel. 1094 for Kiesel. 131 miles per hour. Keith Minogue and Bob Richmond right now. Paired dead-ons. I'm going to predict you're going to have to be like dead on 8 or better. For Super Street. I'm going to say you got to be dead on 3 or better in Super Comp. And 4 better in Super Gas. That's just my guess. W.W. Williams shootouts today. Let's see how that holds. Dead on 9, Keith Minogue. 890, Bob Richmond. Jeff Broussard and Bob Earlywine. Stock Eliminator, Q1, Q number only. Come on down. Stock to the lanes. 98.3 for Broussard, 85.6 for Earlywine. James Galante and Mark Storms. Mark Storms 1091.5, a 1094.3 for Galante. For those who came up last night when we were out of ice, ice has returned for the record. If you need ice, Mark Dawson would love to take your money. There are a few things Mark Dawson is better at in life than taking racers' money. You want ice? Give me money. You want a test? Give me money. Want a race? Give me money. Want me to sign off on your license? Give me money. Do you want me to overlook the 525 cubic inch motor in your Pro Stock car? Give me money. Mark Simonians to 94.2 to 1092.2. Nick Alejandre and David Butler. Am I the only one who thinks foreigner every time Nick Alejandro comes to the line? Like, you name our head games. He'll be the only one. I mean, there's literally somebody running stairs. God bless her. 1089.7, dead on 4, David Butler. That's probably going to play come our shootout. It's Gary Roost, and Kerry Huber. What did you do this morning? I ate a burrito and watched race cars. What did you do? I ran stairs. It's the reason I look like I do, and she looks like she does. Gary Roos left, Kerry Huber right. Gary getting after it in that Bel Air. 008 on the tree. And the 1091.9. 1099 for Kerry Huber. Just kind of missed it a little bit there. 4 cars that have been 90 with a something. Davey Adams, David Butler, Hugh Miller, Keith Minogue so far. Here's Kevin Homard and John Sapone. Feels like a good time to make this the final call. Stock Eliminator, final call. Come on down. What happened to Kevin Omar there? 11:05. That's a little suspect for Kevin. 10.925 for Stone. There's Ryan Omar and Jeff Burke. Greg Ventura and Kenny Snow. A missed pair. I apologize. Yesterday I got criticized by somebody on the YouTube stream because I missed a pair when the guy who signs my check was talking to me. Sorry. Kenny Snow's 008, 1089.1, 138. Greg Ventura, 1091.2 to $144 with a 21 light. Dave Monsass and Dennis Paz. They're both 10 on the tree, but one's green, one's red. Thankfully, in time trials, that doesn't matter. 1093-1, 1089-8. Dennis Paz missed being perfect by 2 thou. Jess Dale and Don Bycroft. Here's your winner from a night ago. Jess Dale got it done in Super Street. Made the tow all the way down here from Bonnie Lake, Washington to take home the Wally. It's 12 thou red here. $89.8 to an $89.5. They both just miss it. Here's Jake Biscay and Harlan Tucker. Harlan, the former division champ. It's 1093-3. Jake Biscay, dead on 2. The Olympia, Washington native, 10.902, becomes the closest to the number so far. There's Matt Bong and Melvin LaForbes. Kyle Fritz, Mike Lowe, Melvin LaForbes dead on 3. Goes into the number 2 spot right now. If, and we play with hypotheticals around here, if everybody is paid into the shootout, you already need to be better than a 91-3. No kidding. 89-8 to a 94-5. Fritz the 89, Lowe with the 94. Here's Gary Erickson, the Probe, and Dale Toros. And the 240Z. $10.99 Gary Erickson, $10.84 Dale Taros. There's Art Hoover and Cody Robinson. $10.91-2, $10.92-3, Cody Robinson. $91-2, Art Hoover's 005, $92-3. Jeff Jones, Jeff Jackson. Jeff Jones with an issue rolls through. He's going to get no time. Jeff Jackson goes 10.89.9. 157. Missed it by that much. Steven Shearer, Todd Sims. I do believe this is the final pair of Super Street. I know that because I see an Aspen wagon pulling into the water box, and, well, I don't think John Irvin runs Super Street. $10.89.7, Todd Sims. Steve Sherry goes 10.95.0. That's going to do it for Super Street. Time trial number 1 in the book. Stock Eliminator. Only qualifying session about to kick off because we're going to class race the stockers here today. Jerry Stein and John Irving will lead things off. The Dart, part of that Logie Stein racing team in the left lane. D. Stocker. John Irving's an automatic Aspen wagon. Glendora Dodge, Tri-City Performance, then Nevada Missile, Old Sydney native. And we're off and running. 10.86 for Jerry Stein, 12.59 for John Irving. Stock Eliminator underway. Jerry Stein goes 6.90 under. Joe Sorensen was like 1.1 under to be number 1 in the first race. Dwayne Scheitland was the only other car who was 1 under. And here's Gary Lucier and Pete Lanciers. Gary in the front-wheel drive Stocker. Pete's at the finish line. Gary's just passing half track. I love front-wheel drive cars. 1754 at 73 miles per hour. Gary, I believe, we had an issue yesterday. No, was it Bill who broke? I think it's a slow roller who broke. Hopefully he's back. Because if he is, then we could front-wheel drive class race. Jim Mantle and John Irving. Pete went 6.05 under for the record. John without an H. This would be Son Don. Dad John already ran, and Jim Mantle's V Stocker. V for victory. I mean, it's Saturday, college football, right? 10.61.6 for John Irving, 14.77 for Jim Mantle. But a V Stocker goes 7.28 under. John Irving, 9.34 under. Pretty good run there. Dan Jessica, Shane Cherry. $11.82 for Shane Cherry, $12.03 for Dan Jessica. That's going to take Dan Jessica up the sheet in the number 2 spot, 8.14 under the index. As Steve Scherschleit and Will Kelly rolling next. Back at it. The plum crazy Cuda. That's Will Kelly in the right lane. That's Steve Scherschleit's Satellite in the left lane. $11.20 with a 115 for Will Kelly. Going to go $7.99 under Steve Scherschleit. That's $11.87.9. Paul Calvert and Andy Kimball. $11.06.2 Andy Kimball. $15.22 Paul Calvert. Tom O'Laughlin goes 11.04, 117, 11.54, 113. Bill Bushmaker. Chris Ashley, Mark Kirby. Chris Ashley, 11.39.4 to $1.15, 11.42.0 $1.18. Mark Kirby, the Bakersfield native. Mark made a pretty good run of it yesterday in Stock Eliminator. Bob Beals and Bob Gullett. Here is your winner from night ago. The F-Stock Clutched Nova. Bob Gullett drops a perfect light at his first crack at the tree after winning the event. Remember, he got away with one last night, 10.97.9. Bob was 151 in the final, and Darren Grossi went 003 red. Hey, listen up to the pit. Super Comp. Let's start heading on down. Super Comp. $10.80 with a 9, Debbie Hughes. $10.67.6, Adam Strang. Here's Kelly Lane and Greg Krause. Right now, number one qualifier remains John Irving. How about John Irving? It was like the fourth pair out. That would be John without the H. Son John, 934 under. $10.27.2 Greg Krause. Kelly Lane's 13.53 at 96 miles per hour. Des Alvey and Jeff Jerome. Kelly Lane's number 2 right now. 867 under. Indy Lindholm and Buddy Jensen. $9.89.2 for Lindy, $11.31.7 for Buddy. Darcy Clark and Ethan Hill. Darcy Clark made a good run of it yesterday. Deep into eliminations in a pretty stacked stock eliminator field. Ethan Hill has some issues. That is not a double Z stock automatic, in case you're wondering. Darcy Clark's 003, 10.21 at $1.27. Well, I'll wait for Ethan. Hey, it's a little quiet. Be a good time to say thank you to our good friend Matt Miller back there. Matt would be the one that stand at the head of the lanes. Give everybody the thumbs up, high fives. Pastor Matt. For doing the Lord's work this week and numbering all the cars and trailers out there. Helping us get this event going. So when you see Matt, make sure you say thanks. One of those like thankless jobs. Mike Hackert and Bill O'Connor. The slow roller. Good to have Bill O'Connor back out here. He broke yesterday. Everybody say, bye, Mike. Bye, Mike. Mike Hacker's at the finish line before Bill O'Connor is at the 8th mile. Things you can't make up. 17:16 for the slow roller at 75 miles per hour. 10:29.3, 127, Mike Hacker. Mike Hacker, oh, did he take number 1 away? He did. Mike Hacker at 9:57 under. Mike Hacker goes to number 1, knocks out Don Irving for now. And here's Mike Wan and Morgan Stephen. Morgan Steven, 10.908, 10.786 for Mike Wan. Here's Dave Muller and Jimmy DeFrank. Boy, Jimmy DeFrank stands that thing up, doesn't he? Double A Stalker, 396.69 Camaro. A 5-time world champ. Goes 10.004 at 130. David Muller goes 12.64.3 at 102. Santi Grossi and Gary Evans. The Pink Panther, challenger in the left lane. That's Santi. A pair of wheels up starts with Gary Evans in the Camaro. Randy Gregg, Justin Graham. Justin took a second there to get his burnout done. Number one right now is Mike Hackert. He's 957 under. I love how Super Comp pulled up and like 45 cars went to the left lane. And there's 3 in the right. What'd I miss? Some sort of bonus today? Like, it's a bonus out there. Like, hey, if you run the left lane, we're gonna pay extra. Hey, but Bob Van Popering and Greg Boutte are like the 3rd and 4th cars. That's how you know nobody wants to be in that lane for some reason. That's funny. Funny. Jared Jordan, Derek Steven now. Derek Steven got all the way to the semifinals last night, and then he turned on that nasty red light. Shouldn't do that. There's a rumor going around that red lights are bad in drag racing. The weird thing, red lights are undefeated against me. You know, I've raced at the U.S. Nationals back-to-back years. I have never beat my own red light. I've never lost to a car. But I've never beat a red light. 10:32 for Jared Jordan, 11:69 for Dick Steven. Hey, if you can't laugh at yourself for mistakes made, then what are we doing? Jared Jordan goes to number 3 spot. Mike Hackert stays number 1. He's 957 under. Here's Mike Williams and Melanie Cox. There's still some heavy cars back there, including the number 1 car from yesterday. Melanie Cox, one of those Calvert Mustangs. These things are really fast. (9:11) with a 151 for Melanie. (10:65) 122 Mike Williams. Mike Williams goes to number 4. Nanette Stein and Chad Langdon. 11:19.3, 116 Chad Langdon, and Annette Steins 12:47.1, 105. Don Keene, Randy Chen, Mike Hackert still number 1. The world champ in 1990 in the left lane, Don Keene, the C Stocker. Here's the number 1 from yesterday. It's Joe Sorensen. Richie Pauly in the right lane. Let's see what Joe's got today. 11:57, 112 miles per hour. Joe Sorensen, guess what? You go back to number 1. 112 under for Joe Sorensen. Richie Pauly went to the 4th spot, 932 under. Nothing to laugh at there. Carl Battis, Darren Grossi, runner-up a night ago. $10.39.7 Carl Battis, $10.18.9 Darren Grossi. Gary Gandy and Clifton Hansen. $10.28.2, 126 Clifton Hansen. Gary Gandiga's 14.21 at 92 miles per hour. Leo Glassbrenner, Bob Aceves. Joe Sorensen remains number 1. He is almost 2/10 up on the field at this point. Although we haven't seen Dwayne Scheitling yet. Ooh, Bob Sevis, 1070 with a 2. He missed being part of the Cool Kids 1 Under Club by 2 thou. Goes to the number 2 spot. Leo 953.4. Doesn't get him on page 1 of my sheet. 998 under for Bob. Here's Parker Theobald and Mark Madison. $1066,405 for Parker, $982,600, $115 for Mark. Ryan McClanahan and Dwayne Scheitlen. Ryan McClanahan went to the finals in Super Stock last night. Dwayne Scheitlen, who was the number 2 qualifier yesterday. Dwayne Scheitlen goes. 10.09.2. 129 miles per hour. Tell you what, Dwayne Scheitlen's not going to be the number 2 qualifier right now. 986 for Ryan McClanahan at $134. Dwayne goes to number 7. Slowed her down a little bit. Scott Burton and Steve Wan. Obi. 1. Oops. Steve Wan had a 2-step malfunction. Brought the RPMs up, and the car jumped forward. Scott Burton was 947 at $140. Phil Mandela and Evan Kowalski. Phil Mandela, 11.061, 998.9. Evan Kowalski is 005 red. Brandon Phillips and Justin Lamb. Right now, Joe Sorensen, the only car 1 under. It's 1.12 under. $10.35.5 for Phillips, $9.81.2 for Justin Lamb. There's Brian Phillips and C.W. Hofer. $10.85.7 Brian Phillips, $11.25.4 C.W. Hofer. And here is Shelby Williams and Kyle Rizzoli. Final pair, stock eliminator. Super comp at the ready line. 1016, Kyle Rizzoli. 1084, Shelby Williams. That's going to do it for Stock Eliminator. Joe Sorensen's going to be the number one qualifier. We roll into Super Comp. Brian Cam and Trent Flores going to kick things off in Super Comp. Brian Cam won the race of the lanes again? I think Brian Cam sees the first stock eliminator car run and just gets into the Super Comp car and drives up to the back of the lanes. I will be the first 890 car down the track. It's 10 on the tree. Yesterday I had a perfect light doing it. It's working. The Cam man, Trent Flores, that Victory Express car goes 897.8. Brian goes 895.3. We're off and running Super Comp time trial number one. Remember, WWE Williams shootout in effect day. Bring yo money, fools. Jeff Davey and Mike Lane. Jeff Davey, 889.7. Mike Lane's 888.8. Hey, Mike Lane, perfect light. Trip zip. Woohoo. Go Schefter. It's from up the road from me. Mike Copping, Mike Morrell. Morrell? Right. Copping, left. One makes cabinets, one makes traffic signals. They both drive Super Comp cars. They're both named Mike. They're both from California. $891.9 from Morrell. Mike Copping's 895.3 to $168 with a 180 reaction time. Mike Copping's going to take that time slip and just crumble it into a ball and throw it as far as he can. Mike Woodard, Bob Van Popering. I gotta be honest, I thought the Super Compers would be a little closer. I mean, we're only like, what, 4 pairs in? So far, they're not. Nikki Bailey and Greg Boutte, a.k.a. the Huckleberry. Greg Boutte, dead on 6. See, that's what I was expecting. Buck 72. 896, 164, Nikki Bailey. Ray Lillard and Dylan Edgewood. Dylan Edgewood, 8.900, 171 miles per hour. Go ahead and lock him in to the W.W. Williams shootout if he paid. And if he didn't, silly you, because you ran 8.900. Angela Stanton and Kim Will, 8.900. If you're the very first car to run 8.900 of the shootout eligible classes, you are guaranteed to race in the shootout if you pay. It's funny how that works. .193 Stanton, 8.758 for Kim Will. Glenn Kernan, Steve Parsons. Steve Parsons took this roadster deep in Super Comp yesterday. All the way down to the semifinals, and they ran into a buzzsaw named Val Torres. Buzzsawed his way all the way to the win. Pair of 91s here. It's a 917 for Steve. It's a 919 for Glenn. Here comes the contingent of Tom Bayer mobiles. Carol Kransich, driving the flagship car for the Bayer team, the Silver State backed entry. Carol, who got 4 rounds deep yesterday. She had a good day. And Frankie Locasio. Dead on 7, Frankie Lowe. How about that? Good run, Frank Locasio. 892.5, 169 for Carol Kransich. There's James Cowie and Jonathan Flores. James Cowie gets all over the tree. 009. Dead on 1, James Cowie. Sean's fist goes in the air because he knows that's pretty much going to guarantee James a spot in the shootout. And I know James paid his way in. Dead on 1. I mean, he needs 7 other cars to go dead 0 to knock him out. Dead on 1's going to get in. Jason Wick and Joe Garbiso. The final Bayer car. Car they call First Call. It was tribute rap. Brad Anderson. When the Pains were learning how to race a Super Comp and drive this machine. Joe Garbiso in the right lane. Finish line 89.7 for Jason. Missed it by that much. 892.4, 170 for Garbiso. Here comes Hannah Heber. And Bob Earlywine. Hannah Huber, 889.4. Bob Earlywine. I don't know what's going on there. 875. Way out there. Ray Madrano, Jack Dorenson. Jack Dorenson is the W. Williams shootout winner. Ray Madrano went 893. Jack Dorenson went 885. We roll into Chris McNichol and Robin Lane. Feels like an excellent time to invite our good friends in the Superstock category to come down to the lanes, please. Superstar! Listen up in the pits. Oh, down to the pits. Superstock to the lanes, please. $872, Chris McNichol. Robin Lane goes 894.0. 001 late though. And here's Phil Jaramillo and George Garbiso. 884-9 Garbiso, Phil Jaramillo's. 98 on the tree, 902. Chuck Babcock and Mike Cornelius. Babs was part of W.W. Williams' shootout 2 nights ago. See if he can punch his way in again. $891.8 for Babcock, $885.0 for Mike Cornelius. Nick Alejandre and Jimmy Kelso. $89.6, Nick Alejandre just missed it. $88.7, Jimmy Kelso. Brings up Jason Rosenbaum and Ginger Wolfinger. So I give the Sarge a little different look because Ginger runs that reverse throttle stop, so that thing's going to go way out there, and this is going to park. See? Way out there. Park. 893.6 for Ginger. 888.4 for the Sarge. Wolfinger also dropped the top light, so it may or may not affect things. Newsflash, it will affect things. Randy Beck and Jerron Settles. Jerron Settles, reigning division champion. The Ted Wins team will run the Mick Ultra, Steve Carrillo side of the track. And Randy Beck, the three-way Chevrolet lane. The former D6 champion. Son of Gary, who's down there on the starting line. The NHRA legendary top fuel driver. And Randy had a tough break yesterday. Talked about it a little bit, and he texted me last night. I drove back and watched the stream and said we're pretty much dead on what we thought, which was that the car quit on him, because otherwise Randy basically gave the stripe back by 10 car lengths. And, well, Randy doesn't really do that. So. Had a fuel pump issue. They have fixed it, and he goes 894.2 at 171. Jerron Settles is 887.8, 184. Randy was also 007 on the tree. Jumps right back in, gets right back after it. Phil Nagel. It should be Kaylee McKibben in the other lane, whose number is not in the system right now, but no problem. Kaylee McKibben, who's a Bakersfield native, home track. Kaylee's 892.3, 888.9, Phil Nagel. They both 00 on the tree. A little surprised right now. Ethan Supercomp's 91.9. We have 4 cars be dead on anything. I'm sure that will change. We are kind of rapidly running out of long, skinny cars. Super Stock, final call. Need you in the lanes, please. Super Stock, final call. Joe Galati and Justin Morris. 887 to an 882, Morrison Galati. And here comes Billy Woodard and Russ Stevenson. Billy, Gill's transmission car from here in Bakersfield. Russ Stevenson, that's a little better, 8.902. He's at on 2. Goes to the number 3 spot on the order right now. Bring up Toby Payne and Debbie Dolzall. $888 to an $884, Toby and Debbie. Here comes Allison McCone. And it should be Angie Ferre, who did not run the first half of the weekend. I'm guessing that's because work got in the way. But I see her helmet and I see Cameron. And if I put 2 and 2 together, that tells me Angie's probably in the race car. Angie jumped all over the tree. She was 0-10 and goes 889.7. Hey, not bad, huh? 10 on the tree, 89.7 after not making any laps this weekend. Allie McCone's 57 on the tree, 886.1. Really impressed for Rays. He's 886.8. Dory's 892.0. And here's Bobby Dye and Adam Hicks. The Foggett K&N Mickey Thompson car is Adam Hicks. Specialty Fasteners car, Bobby Dye. Adam Hicks, 8.907, 180 miles per hour for now. They'll play. Puts him 6th. There's no chance that's going to play by the time we get to the shootout, but for now it does. Cody Stevenson and Marco Pervolaris. Marco got to the final in Super Gas. Came up a win light short to Evan Kowalski. 880 with a 6 for Cody. 887 with a 5 for Marco, but he was 002. Jumped all over the Christmas tree. And here's Matty Payne and Travis Theobald. Matty Payne, Travis Theobald, 889.0. Travis, 175. Matty's 886.5 and 185. Here comes Tanner Theobald and Bill Weber. At least it should be Bill Weber. Dead on 3, Tanner Theobald. Bill Weber's 901. Tanner's dead on 3. Which for now is definitely going to play. And here's Nick Sadie's and Steve Kasner. $891.6 for Kasner. Nick Sadie's with some issues, just coasting on down. Mark Darsow, Steve Shearer, wait. Super Gas, come on down, Super Gas. First call, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Super Stock is your final call. If you're not here, you are late. Super Gas to the lanes. Mark Darsow is dead on 7. And here comes the final pair of Super Comp. Steve Williams and Tanner Hyatt going to close things out. Right now you want to be in the quick 8. Darsow, 907 is what gets you there. It's going to be 906 or better. We had 3 907s. I told you I thought 903 is what it would take to get into Super Comp, right? 903 for comp, 904 for gas, 908 for street. That was my prediction. Super Compers kind of let me down right now. Tanner Hyatt 009, but then just kind of died. He's coasting down, and Steve Williams goes 889.2 for the 005 light at 192 miles per hour. That'll do it for Super Comp. Super Stock is in the water box. Super Gas, 990 cars. Please make your way to the staging lanes. Troy Olsenowski and John Irving kick things off. This is Super Stock. This is Q1. They are not class racing today, so they have 2 qualifiers. Troy Olsenowski, who got all the way to the semis last night. 1082 for John Irving, 1179 for Troy. We're underway in Super Stock. Superstars, Super Stock. Troy's 5 under. John Irving 174 under. We're off and run. Rich Panoski and Joe Faraday. Couple red lights, a 948 for Faraday and a 1010 for Rich Panoski, goes to the number 2 spot. Here's Len Schneider and the winner of the burnout contest so far, John Cantley. He was thundering on the burnout. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Okay, we'll stop singing now, promise. Man, Len Schneider's car. That thing really pops for a T-Bird. John Cantley's 926. Len is 996. Say hello to your new number 1 qualifier. His name is Len Schneider, 836 under. That's Fred Moreno. And somebody we don't have in the computer. Coming next. $968.9 for Fred Moreno. He goes to number 1. It's Jim Rao and Charlene Gullett are up next. Bob Gullett, the winner last night in stock. Charlene would love to win in Super Stock this weekend. Rack up a pair of trophies for the Canadians. And the Gullets. And at the stripe, it's 10:48.2 for Charlene, 10:66.6 for Jim. Jim Rao over there on the left. Charlene goes 3, Jim goes 4. Here's Brett Burton and Darcy Clark. I'm seeing Super Gas are starting to fill up the lanes. Certainly appreciate that. Brad Burton, 931. Darcy Clark, 977. For Brad, he goes number 1, 940 under. Daylight's the Superstock field so far, as there's Don Keene and John Dorley. Just about halfway through Superstock. $981 for John, $10.59 for Don. Don goes to 4, Don goes to 6. And Brent Calvert and Tom Armanino come up next. Calvert Mustang, the Cobra Jet in the left lane. Tom Armanino's Equity Eater Camaro. $8.370, Brent Calvert, 9.775 for Tom Armanino. Tim Hall and Don Thomas. $10.025 for Don. Tim Hall, $10.48 at 124. Tatchai and Tim Seymour. Copo Camaro in the right lane for Tim. Tatchai 10.43, Tim Seymour 9.19, Skip Loeffler, John Irving. Brad Burton, the only car 9 under right now. We got a pair that are 8 under. We are more than halfway through Super Stock. Super Gas, final call. Come on down. John without an H, Irving, 10.55.5. That would be son Irving. And Skip Loeffler, 10.33.8, 151. Tom Ferrugia and Mike Graham. Tom Ferrugia was perfect on the tree, 930 with an 8. Mike Graham goes 10.248. Tom Ferrugia is perfect on the tree, a 2 thou better than Brad Burton to be the number 1 qualifier. That's pretty good. Randy Logie and Joey George. Logie's 9 car on the left. The Yellow Demon. $10.19 Jody George, $10.55 Randy Logie. Sergio Crespo, Brian Brossart. Fred Moreno sits 3 behind Brad Burt and Tom Ferrugia, then Len Schneider, John Dorlett, Tom Armanino. Tad Shy and Sterling Gull at the top half of the field, or the top 8, I should say. It's obviously more than half in super stock. Sergio Crespo and Brian Brossart. $9.67 Crespo, $8.41 Brossart. Tibor Kadar and Broadus? Well, I don't think it was here yesterday. And then the car kind of leaves the line weird, gets way over by the center line. That's a little different. 10 with a 9, 129 for Tibor Kadar. Broadus 1261, 8, 108. Jim Grossi on the left lane. Broadus car showed up. Jim Grossi's Corvette goes 876 at 151. Last night's runner-up, Ryan McClanahan and Shelby Williams, the K&N Foggett car. Want to be number 1 right now, 942 under the target. That's Tom Ferrugia. $833.3 from McClanahan, $982.8. That's Shelby Williams. Ryan goes to 14th, Shelby goes to 20th, and here comes Kyle Rizzoli in the Gainer car and Mike O'Keefe in one of the Calvert machines. Kyle Rizzoli pulling away from Mike O'Keefe, and at the finish line, it's going to be Kyle going in 9:26.4. Mike O'Keefe goes 10:77.9, 127, goes over the index. The only car that's made a full run down track to go over. The stray veteran Justin Lamb. Roll in as the final two cars. That's Stone Auto Rad Torque Systems. Brand new Kobo for Justin Lamb. Lamb Chops 005 red. 9008 at 149. 982.5 for Trey Vetter at 134 for last night's winner in Super Stock. That'll do it. We roll into Super Gas in the 990 cars. John Kruger, Dan Davis kick things off, 985 and a 991. Rode away in Super Gas, time trial number 1. Again, W.W. Williams shootout in play this weekend in Super Gas. Doug Sedman and Dave Holmes. .987 to a 990 with a 2. Dave Holmes dead on 2 right out of the gates. Gives us a target for Super Gas. Vince Reale and Paul Weichman. And the Mazir machine roll in next. .986.9 to a 991.2. Paul Weichman, 9.912, 151. Lon Wilburn, Roger Cato. Dead on 7 for Roger, 002 red. Super Gas is firing away early on. John Philippi and Brian Downer. 987 to a 992. Philippi and Brian Downer. There's Bill Botello and Dennis Paz. $989.3 to a $986.3. Paz and Botello, and there's Mike Bonner and Kevin Jellum. Two cars that have been dead on at this point in Super Gas. $993 to a $985. Matt Treadway and Martin Wiebe. $987 to a $988. Wiebe 87, Treadway 88. James Spurnack, Rodney Horn. Super Gas rolling along. $992 for Spurnack, $993 for Rodney Horn. Brent McKinney and Daryl Mitchell. Brent McKinney missed it by 2 thou. He goes 989.8. Daryl Mitchell goes 996.1. As Mark Fenton and Jance Hogan roll in next. 991, Mark Fenton. Well, that's their best run we've had so far in Super Gas. We're now almost halfway through the class. A little surprising. Paul Prang. And Martin Lamas. .988.4, 140 miles per hour for Martin Lamas. Paul Prang goes 995.3, 161. John Sapone and Davey Adams. Goes 991.5, 152, and 985.1 Davey Adams, 159. It's up head to Stout and Bob Heffley. .888.4, 895.4. Bob Heffley's 002. Been running on the number. Dennis Keck and Damon Bustamante. Surprising here. Just two cars have been dead on in Super Gas. I mean, yesterday's Super Gas was wild, or Thursday rather, when it came to the shootout. .991.9 for Bustamante as Dennis Keck was out of it very early with issues. Coast down there. Chris Nefziger and Adam Hicks. Damon Bustamante was the winner last night in Top Dragsters. Speaking of which, let's start getting our Top Dragsters rolling this way. Attention to the pits. Top Dragster Q1 to the lanes, please. Top Dragster. Qualifying session number 1. Needed the lanes. .989 for Nefziger. 993.7 for Adam Hicks. Here's Mike Lang and Mike Wiblischhauser. Dead on 2, Mike Lang. That'll play. Mike Wiblischhauser, 998.3. Steve Schmid, Kerry Koss up next. Mike Lang goes to the number 2 spot. The second dead on 2 of the session behind Dave Holmes. Roger Kato remains the only other driver who's 990 anything. It's 9.907. $992 Kerry Cost, $988 Steve Schmidt. Here comes Kim Will and Tony Manning. $988 Kim Will, $989 Big Tony. Tony Manning missed it by 2 thousandths. Pete Bothy and Rick Cordero. Dead on 6, Pete Bothy. There we go. 989 Ray Cordero, who missed it again by 2,000. We've had a couple of those who've just missed it by a couple thousands. Gary Hesselbrock, Dave Gotts. Right now, 4 cars have been 990 something. Dave Holmes, Mike Lang, 90 with the 2. Pete Bothy, 90 with the 6. Roger Cato, 90 with the 7. Top dragster, top dragster. Let's start getting them down here, please. Gary Hesselbrock and Dave Gotts Maui style machine. Dave Gotts in Super Gas. Got to race when the sun went down last night. Give him a couple wind lights short. 991 for Hesselbrock. 989 for Dave Gotts. Here's Paul Nero and Trent Langen. See if either Gary McNucker or Glenn Smith can get us there. Hey, listen up in the pits. We are out of ice. No more ice until later today. There's an order on the way. I do not have an ETA, but we are out of ice for now. No ice. When we have more ice, we will let you know. Currently, out of ice. No ice. $988.8 for McNaughton, $995.3 for Glenn Smith. Brian Morrison, Greg Martin. Greg Martin rocked forward, dropped the top bulb, goes in deep, doesn't get a reaction time. Brian Morris was 16 on the tree, goes 994.9. Greg Martin went 995.5. As Ryan Zermano and James Schmid roll in next. Ryan Zermano goes dead on 5, but they're going to go check the track behind him. James Smith went 10.041, 156. Ryan Zermano got down and went down on 5. Might have let a little smoke out. They're going to take a look at that car at least as he turns off. Here's Brad Pierce and Randy Bowers. .988 to a 995. Greg Ventura and Xavier Zermano. .899. Greg Ventura missed it by thousands. Xavier goes 985.5. Mike Boehner and Lorene Rogers. Mike Boehner had an adventurous day yesterday. On Stop Workshop, Goodyear Go Lithium Bar. Apparently the battery chargers for the Go Lithium batteries are really durable. Hey, Mike Boehner dead on 2. 989.5 Lorene Rogers. It's the third dead on 2 of the round. Nobody's 901 or 900. Mike Boehner becomes the third one to go 902. 6 cars in the 90 range right now. John McCone and Marco Paravallaris come up next. We are quickly running out of super gas cars, which means we should quickly have a staging lane full of top dragsters, and I turn around and we do. Look at that. Top dragster drivers, glad to get suited up, strapped in. We are going to be ready to go as soon as super gas rolls through. Marco's 002.983.9 is the runner-up last night. As John McCone kind of rocked through and then went 1087, or 1078, I should say. So he had all sorts of problems on that run. Lindsey Missouri. And, got a new car. 9.889, Lindsey Meserve. Not close enough. Ron Kelly and Joe Galati. Joe Galati is 988.9. Ron Kelly is 992.3. Here comes David Beckwith and Steve Parsons. Steve Parsons, 991.0. David Beckwith, 992.8. Ryan Giacone, 8th Huber. Nathan Huber, 992.8. Ryan Giacone's 10.04. Steve Williams, Greg Harrison. Final couple cars in class. Greg Harrison drops a perfect light. Steve Williams goes dead on 5. Steve Williams. I'll put him in for now. At least it should have. I don't know where it went. Evan Kowalski be the final car. Evan Kowalski, the winner last night, decides to be the last car down the track today in time trials. Riverside transmission car is 27 on tree, 988. That's going to do it for Super Gas. Top dragster at the ready line. If you're not here, you are late. Larry Bradshaw, we need you to the tower, please. Larry Bradshaw, Super Gas, need you to the tower, please. Larry Bradshaw, to the tower. Please. Top dragster. Round number 1 of qualifying for race number 2. Kick things off with Chad Axford and Rob Whetstone. Rob Whetstone, who's driving the second Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing top dragster, now the school car. And Chad Axford, the Get 'em Carbs FTD Wheels Machine, Dead On Racing Products. Rob Whetstone goes 6:58, 204 miles per hour. I was talking. Chad Axford 6:36, 214. Wow. Chad Axford got it fixed, huh? John Rolandelli, Mallory Reese. The Napa machine in the left lane, that's Rolandelli. Mallory Reese is 17 red. John Rolandelli is 003. At the stripe, it's Rolandelli getting there first. 6:46, 213. Mallory Reese goes 6:54, 207. Chad Axford remains number one with that 6:36. And here comes Malcolm Senegal. And Jaramillo. Bosque Tree Farms machine. The Jaramillo group out of New Mexico. Malcolm Senegal out of Oakley, California. Again, Larry Bradshaw, Super Gas. Need you to the tower, please. Mr. Bradshaw, come on up. Oh, never mind, he came. Look at him. Nobody told me he came. Never mind. Oh, you took care of him. Look at you, Matt. And here comes Travis Richardson, Hannah Huber. Malcolm Senegal goes 671, 8207. Jaramillo goes 654, 1211. Larry Bradshaw, don't come to the tower. I mean, you come to the tower if if you want to, I don't know, donate to us or anything. Travis Richardson in the left lane and Hannah Huber in the right. I'm going to allow Hannah's daughter to announce this run. See what a nice guy I am.
Hannah Huber, my mom, goes 004, and Travis Richardson goes 090. Hannah Huber goes 647 with a 3 and has mile per hour of 212. And Travis Richardson goes 689 with 5 on a 193 mile per hour.
Why were you upset about that?
Yes.
Why? It was a good run.
My mom met the 004.
It's okay. That's why they have delay boxes. She can adjust it for the next run. Here's Travis's wife, Summer Richardson, and Summer's dad, Don London. It's a family. It's a circle. Thank you to the younger Huber. What was your name, sweetie?
Peyton.
Peyton Huber. Look at that. She's here to take my job. Your brother's up there. See, your brother's smart. There's money up there, and so he's sitting in front of it, guarding it. Don London, the turbocharged machine. Wow, Summer Richardson that thing hasn't gotten to 60 feet on any run without a problem. I do appreciate her trying to turn out of the groove after it stopped, though. 6:15, 222. Don London, 226. Don London goes to number one. Mrs. Swoop is dead in the water. They're going to have to go get that race car. We're going to be down momentarily. Sounds like a good time to call Competition Eliminator to lanes. Comp Eliminator, come on down. Summer Richardson's car gets pushed off. Phil Durr and Reed Taylor will roll up next. It's right about now where Summer's saying to herself, I miss the alcohol dragster. Phil Durr on a solo run here. They're going to run a solo because Summer was still kind of blocking the lane. They're going to get Phil off and running. Wow, that thing really stood up on the wheelie bar, didn't it? Phil Durr, another one of those turbocharged Hurricane motors. That's his business. Goes 624, 219 miles per hour. Should put him number 2 for now. Phil Durr to the number 2 spot. Don London stays number 1. Here's Jen Weens and Michaelin Rowell. A couple of the ladies in the class. Jennifer Weens. The Ted Weens Complete Auto Care Mobile. And Michaelin Rowell, the Timid Tiger. .621, Jen Weens, 225 miles per hour. Mikey Rowell goes 650, 27, 214. Michaelin goes number 7. Jen Weens goes to 2. Don London stays number 1. Here's Joe Glenwinkle and it open. Joe Glenwinkle. The Poway car in the left lane, the supercharger on it. Ed Open made a deep, deep run in top dragster last night. Got all the way to the semis, goes 723, 669, 206 miles per hour. Put Joe 11, put Ed 14. Comp Eliminator need you here. Sportsman Motorcycle, come on down. Sportsman Bike, come on down. Qualifying session number 1 is Harold Hoffman and Hannah Cook roll up. Harold Hoffman. The daughter sits, 4 cars back on the other lane. Hannah Cook, whose dad runs Top Sportsman and stands behind the car. Hannah's 007. Harold Hoffman, the kind of laid over 690 run over there in the left lane. Hannah goes 628. 214 miles per hour. They're really finding some performance in that car. Harold Hoffman goes 690 with a 7, but only 154 miles per hour. Click it off way early down there. And here's John Chitwood and Art Hoover. Worry about the red line qualifying. Art Hoover's 025 red, and at the finish line, he's going to get there first. 624. 222. 735, 181 for John Chitwood. Art Hoover goes to number 3, slots in just ahead of Il Duran. Just behind Jen Weens. Don London stays number 1, 615-1, sits at top right now. Although there's some big hombres back here coming up. They have a shot to knock him out. Meanwhile, here's Katie Reyes. And Steve Kasner. Six 13, 229. Kazman goes to the number 1 spot by 12 thousandths of a second. It's a 7:17. The other side of the track, but Steve Kasner goes to number 1, 6:13.9, 229 to jump around Don London. And here's Kyle Raposo and Jen Hoffman. Jennifer Hoffman goes 668. Kyle Raposo goes 707. And here's Terry White and Dan Naylor. Terry White, 666.5. Dan Naylor, 677.3. Only 198. Dan Naylor lifted early down there. Very early. And here's Andy Spiegel and Steve Will. Steve Will trying to take a run at number 1. Got to run quicker than 6:13.9. That's a Kaz man right now. Andy Spiegel on a pretty good run out there, too. Look at Steve Will start the thunder race. 6:13.5. 232 miles per hour. Steve Will stills number 1 by 4 thousandths of a second. And goes to the top spot. Steve Schneider and Baruch Thomas. Steve Schneider, left. Baruch Thomas, right. $619.9 for Steve, $228, $678, $190 for Baruch. Steve Wills 1, Steve Kastner 2, Don London 3, Steve Schneider 4. They're all in the Cool Kids Club. That's the Teens Club. Damon Bustamante, the winner last night, and Chris Thode. .806 Chris Thode, 6.684 Damon Bustamante. Damon goes to 18th. Chris goes to 24th. Wow. That didn't sound good. I mean, I'm not like an expert or anything on what does and doesn't sound good on a race car, but that didn't sound good. Here comes Breon Waynes and Tom Bayer. The car in the right lane was the division champion last year. The car in the left lane is the current points leader in Division 7. Tom Bayer, the Carb Shop, the Verbancic brothers. They built the power on that race car. Hoosier Tires puts it to the ground. Todd Barton painted it. Silver State Refrigeration. The Tom Bayer School of Drag Race. Never wanted to learn how to drive one of these cars? You call Tom and put you in it. .613.5's. We've got to run to be number 1. That's Steve Will. Tom Bayer's car is plenty capable of doing just that. But he goes 620 with a 9, 211 miles per hour. 661, 205. Brianna Wayne, she goes number 18. Tom Bayer goes number 5. Steve Will stays number 1. John Richardson and Tony Giardino. Tony Dardino is kind of dead in the water here, leaving the line. John Richardson, 6:23.7. 2:22. Mike McBrayer does his burnout, as does Cody Weber. Listen up in the pits, Top Sportsman. Q1, come on down, Top Sportsman. To the lanes. Mike McBrayer, 636.9. Cody Weber, 666.3. Here comes John Freer and Kenny Upton. Hey, listen up in the pits. Schedule change. This is important, especially if you're racing Super Street. This is not a call because we still run Top Sportsman, Comp, and Motorcycle, but we are going to run Super Street for alcohol, guaranteed. Lock it in, no question. Super Street before alcohol. Also, Stock Eliminator Class. We are very likely going to run your first round before alcohol as well. Very, very likely to run Class for stock before alcohol cars. Both of you, you've been sitting around thinking I have until, 12:45, 1 o'clock. You do not. You do not. Super Street, you're going to run before alcohol. Stock Class, you're going to run before alcohol. That's your official update. Kenny Upton and John Freer. Kenny Upton, 647, 210. John, 689, 197. That's going to do it for Top Dragster. Top Sportsman, you have been called. We need you to lanes, please. Come on down. Top Sportsman, please. And thank you. Competition Eliminator. Q1. Joshua Lee and Tom Metler are going to kick things off. So Kurt Hugger's jumped out. Tom Metler's jumped into the truck for race number 2. Metler goes 27, ready's off and running. Josh Lee was the runner-up last night in Comp Eliminator. He goes 892, 147 miles per hour. Metler goes 741, 183 to go to the number 1 spot. And here's Larry Zwiga and Brad Rounds. Zwiga, the hand control car, D Supermod, and Brad, the E Supermod. A couple of Cobalts. $864 for Zwiga, $868 for Brad Rounds. That's going to put Larry 3. It's going to put Brad 4. It's going to bring up Don Beavers and Andy Mowick. Don Beavers, probe in the left lane, the A Supermod. 853 index machine, and Andy Mowick. BuyHerPlants.com. Melissa Murphy standing behind that race car, the GTO. Fast Racing. Double A, altered on methanol. Boy, Don Beavers really got the front end up on that machine. 644 Andy Mowick, 218 miles per hour. Don Beavers goes 807 at 167. Andy Mowick goes to 3. Don Beavers goes to 4. Everybody's chasing Tom Metler. He's 628 under right now in the truck. And here comes Scott McClay. $724 for Scott McClay in a C Condo Dragster. Scott McClay goes to number 3 on the run order. We're waiting on Eric Bybee to get his dragster fired up back here. Let's know the pits. Super Street. Super Street, come on down. Time trial number 2. Super Street to the lanes. Last call. Top Sportsman need here. Well, if it's not incredibly obvious by the noise and visuals on the track, Aaron Bybee couldn't get his comp eliminator dragster fired up, which is tough. Also, no Ryan Pretty, that qualifying session, which makes me think Ryan Pretty may be not running this race. If Ryan Pretty's out divisionals to claim, and he won last night, then why would you? Is that what happened? There you go. I just got a confirmation. Mark Avila and Reggie Mackey are going to kick things off. Reggie McKay. I don't know why, for the life of me, I can't say his name. And I feel bad about it. He's a retired Navy chief. Rides a Harley. It's cool. He also left for the tree activated, which in our world we don't give you time slips for. Mark Avila was 96 on the tree, which makes him number 1 for now as Larry Mata and Rick Newport come up the Matco machine. Sorry, we're having some schedule adjustments up here. 8:22.2 Rick Newport, 9:09 Larry Mata. More important thing in motorcycle is the reaction time. Larry's 23, Rick's 35. Lonnie Woodruff and Jeremy Bates roll up next. Double 03, Lonnie Woodruff. That's going to be tough to beat. 8:99.5, 9:34.2 for Jeremy Bates. Is Andrew Manning and Clayton Howie pulling next. Clayton Howie is perfect. Say hello to your number one qualifier. It's hard to beat perfect. Andrew Manning's 12 red, 8:45.7. Clayton Howie will be number one. Paul Silvas, Brian Howie. Well, that sounded pretty terrible, didn't it? Brian Howie left before the tree activated. Paul Silva's reaction time is 10.2. And that was all kind of weird. Just throw that run away. 866, 152 for Paul Silvas. Here comes Ricky Kay and Terry Turner. Terry Turner, 88 on the tree. Ricky Kay goes red. Here's Tom Medlin and Mark Biscay. Tom Medlin, who was the number one qualifier last night, or the first race, I should say, and got all the way to the finals last night where he lost to Rick Newport, Sportsman Motorcycle. Mark Biscay's 008, 944. 141. Tom Edlin goes red, 033 is 8.201. That does it for Sportsman Motorcycle. We roll into Top Sportsman. Q1. Once again, Super Street, we need you to lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Monty Green and Bill Newton going to kick things off here. Monty on the left side, the engine man out of Arizona. Goes 684, 203, 701 for Bill, 197. It's Jeff Gillette and Chris Ezrick. Rolling next. Chris Esrick's got that really cool Bel Air turbocharged machine on the left. Jeff Gillette, Nisha native, the GTO, the 3-time division champ, 685. 200 miles per hour, 757, 184 for Esrick. Joe Stannard and Carl Hagen. Carl Hagen last night in Top Sportsman was the last man standing at his home racetrack. Lives right here in Bakersfield and took the win. 499 red. Tells me he was missing the number in the computer. It was 746-1, 181. 709 Joe Stannard, 194. Oh, I hear a supercharger. Must mean Mike Proctor's coming. Mara Sylvia and Rich Okerman. A couple nitrous machines from SoCal. The SoCal Nitrous and Race Fuels. Applied Nitrous Tech. Sean O'Bannon team over there for Mara. And Rich Okerman. Rich, who got to the finals. Couldn't close the deal. Carl Hagen was just a little bit better. Final call, Super Street, final call. Listen up in the pits after this run. There's loud burnouts coming. Trust me. Told you. 698, Mara Sylvia. 714, Rich Okerman. Mara goes to 3, Rich goes to 6. Here comes Ted Kellner. And Mike Proctor. All right, listen up at pits. Stock eliminator class, all cars in stock need you to the lanes, class eliminations. Stock class to the lanes. If you can come up with your pair, that would be great. We'd love that. But stock eliminator class to the lanes. Mike Proctor, 658 and only 198. I could have swore I saw a spray out there. Like maybe it had a fuel line come off or something. He still goes to number 1, but only 198 miles per hour. 658, Mike Proctor to number 1. Ted Kellner, 722. Goes to number 8. Once again, stock eliminator class. All cars, all class to the lane. Also, listen up. Stock eliminator, round 1, you are going to run tonight after alcohol. Round 1 of stock will happen tonight. Also, attention in the pits. Super Comp, Super Gas. Super Comp, Super Gas. You are both going to run round one tonight after alcohol cars. Bill Scribner goes 7:43, and Rich Harrison went 7:65. Here's David Cook and Baruch Lamas. Once again, Super Comp, Stock, and Super Gas. You will all run your first round of eliminations tonight after we run the alcohol cars. David Cook goes number 2 in that Mustang, 666.207. Baruch Lama, 742.9, 184, sits number 10. Here's Rob Mendenhall and Mike Hyatt. Final 2 cars in Top Sportsman, Super Street. Final time trials with WW Williams shootout coming up. And we are still running shootouts in Super Comp and Super Gas. That did not go away. We're going to finish shootouts before the alcohol finals, and we'll run your round 1 of elimination after alcohol finals. Mike Hyatt was 6th thou red. 7007, 195. I don't know what happened down there. Rob Mendenhall had zeros come up on the board, and we flipped the computer right away. So we're going into Super Street. Are on hold momentarily here. Cody Robinson, David Phillips kick things off on Super Street. They're trying to figure out what happened there with Rob Mendenhall's run. I think we also may have had one go a little long down there. Phillips off and running. Want to get into the shootout right now. Got to be better than 91.2. That's actually Cody Robinson, ironically. And he goes not better than that. David Phillips go 2 better than that. Here's Kyle Fritz and Dennis Paz. Dennis Paz dead on 9, 122 miles per hour. Kyle Fritz missed it by 4 thou, goes 1089.6. Dead on 9. Puts Dennis 7th. Knocks Cody Robinson out for now. Cody just ran, so he's out. Unless somebody in front of him didn't pay. And again, we got a long way to go. One more car away from having an all 9 O's shootout field. Again, I talk about shootout fields as everybody paid because everybody should pay. Because why wouldn't you want a chance to come back and race and win more money? I know I would, but that's just me. Arlen Tucker 99.5, Jeff Brook 94.8. Not good enough. Not good enough. Here's Jim Laronis and Christine Cloud. Christine was real close the first time, 91.3. $83.4 overcompensated, $85.6 for Jim Laronis as well. Melvin LaForbe and Andy Olson. .957 Melvin. 10.879 Andrew. Melvin is head on 3. He's currently number 2 on the run sheet. Looks like he is pretty comfortably safe for now. Robert DiFrancesco in the truck and Dave Ackard. Couple good runs, 1091.9 to a 1092.1, but neither one of them are going to be good enough. David Monsas, Jake Biscay. Biscay's pretty much locked in at this point. He was dead on 2 in the first session. And he's dead on 7 here. Man, he's got that Chevelle dialed in right now. Dave Monsas is 1087 too. David Bonner and David Butler now. Once again, class eliminations for stock. Needed the lanes, final call. All cars at stock eliminated. Need you back there to get you paired up for class. David Bonner goes red and goes 1085.8. David Butler goes 1084.7. Here comes Greg Ventura and John Sapone. The Ace in the left, the Pothole Express in the right. For the folks at Race Trans, Brant Racing. Rick Ventura dead on 9, 10.909 and 144 miles per hour. 1088.5, John Spone at 128. Bob Richmond, Jim Gobble for Greg Ventura. That puts him 8th. He's on the bump right now. Todd Sims, Nick Alejandre, after 92 and a 93 right in front of them. Right now you want to get into the shootout, better than dead on 9. That's Greg Ventura and Dennis Pass. They're both dead on 9. Dennis is 7, he did it first. Greg is 8th. Todd Sims, 96.2. Nick Alejandre, 98.8. It's Keith Minogue and James Galante. Couple 1088s, a 3 for Minogue, a 5 for Galante. That's not good enough for either of them, but Keith was already up there. His dead on 9 was actually the first of the dead on 9s. He did it in session number 1. Here come Gary Roost and Derek Ellum. Gary Roost ran a 91 his first time up. See if he can make the adjustments. Gary Roost overcompensated, goes 1089.1. Derek Ellum goes 1091.0. Not going to be good enough. Puts him 9th for now. Jess Dale and Hugh Miller. Mueller in the right lane. Carmel Valley native. Jess Dale, the winner last night out of Washington. .939, 10.949. 1085, Kevin Omar. 1087, Gary Erickson. Dwayne Daniel and Bob Earlywine now. I remain a little surprised here. I guess I said dead on 8 would be what it would take to get in. We got 3 cars that are dead 9 that would all be in right now, and that's if all 8 of them paid. Dwayne Daniel left, Bob Earlywine right. $10.88 Dwayne Daniel, $10.89.8 Bob Earlywine. Kenny Snow. And Kerry Huber. Kenny was the winner of the W.W. Williams shootout on Thursday. Won't get in. Back-to-back 1089 ones for the Snowman. 1092 Kerry Huber. Kenny was double a 1 on the tree, too. Good racing package there. Not good enough to get you into the shootout, though. Here's Ryan Homart and Michael Lowe. $10.83 Ryan Homard, $10.86 Michael Lowe, Davey Adams and Dave Kiesel. Be the next 2 to take a shot. Kiesel got the finals last night. Was the runner-up. Adams left, Kiesel right. Davey Adams is in right now with a dead on 4. At this point, all you do is improve. All but locked in at this point. Again, if he paid. Dave Kiesel right. Needs to make a big jump. $10.86 to a $10.93. Davey Adams stays in. David Kiesel won't get close. Here's Matt Bong and John Bycroft. Matt Bong's 001. 1098 won't be good enough. John Bycroft dead in the water on the starting line and getting pushed back. David Beckwith, need you the tower, please. David Beckwith, Super Stalker, need you the tower. 1094 Mark Storms, 1097 Dale Toros. Nope. And nope. And we are just about out of Super Streeters. Art Hoover and Jeff Jackson. Art Hoover goes dead on 8, 154 miles per hour. The 006 light, Jet Jackson's 002 goes 1092.5. Here's Jeff Jones and Steven Shear. Art Hoover goes to number 6 by a foul. He knocks Greg Ventura out again if all 8 of the cars have paid in. Greg Ventura, the next one in behind him for now. Jeff Jones, Steve Shear, and we got a single in the water box, and that's going to do it for Super Street with Class Racing. Stock Eliminator coming your way next. Jeff Jones is 008. Both cars off the stops. $10.99 for Jeff, $10.79 for Steven. And here's the final car in class, Mark Simonian. $10.91.9 for Mark. Won't get it done. That's going to do it for Super Street. We'll have the W.W. Williams ladders posted shortly. We roll into Stock Eliminator Class Eliminations coming your way right now. F-Stock kicking things off. Mark Kirby and Tom O'Laughlin. Tom O'Laughlin leaves first. Tom O'Loughlin's got more race car. 11-11 for the win. 117 miles per hour. Mark Kirby was 105 on the tree. And he needed a prayer on top of that based on the qualifying numbers. Tom O'Laughlin into the next round. And here comes Joe Sorensen. Here's Joe Sorensen. Joe's on a solo shot here. I had 6 F-Stockers listed, so that tells me somebody's not participating in class. Joe goes 11:57 to 112. Bill O'Connor, Gary Luzier. The race we've all been waiting for. E front-wheel drive stock, heads up class for the win. Reaction time advantage to Gary Luzier by 4/10 of a second. Is it enough? Is it enough? Oh, it's enough. 17:20. Gary Lucier beats Bill O'Connor in a battle to who got to 76 miles per hour first. Oh, man. I love it. Gary Lucier, 17:20, beats Bill O'Connor, 16:95 to win the E front-wheel drive class crown. Oh, Bill, are you 4/10 on the tree, Bill? No, don't do that to us. Mike Hackert and Jeff Jerome, meanwhile, this is B stock, B for Bobby. We got a couple of them. It's going to be Mike Hackert going to the final. Alcohol cars. 12 o'clock is happening. We are not behind. We will not be late. You will run at 12. Please do not be late. Please keep us on schedule. Chad Langdon and C.W. Hofer. This is G Stock Automatic. G for Grandpa. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Chad and C.W. No, I both love them. We got 4 G Stockers. One of them's going to get a trip to the final here. It's going to be C.W. Chad had the better light. C.W. had the better race car. 11:08, 118 gets it done. And here's Will Kelly and Derek Steven, the other G Stockers. So we'll find out who CW races right now. CW left a little something out there. Something. Red light for Derek Stevens, going to send Will Kelly to the final of G Stock against CW. And here's Buddy Jensen in an H Stock automatic machine. Let's see if this is part of combo or he is all alone on the ladder. He's all alone. Got 3 of them. Buddy got the bye. A bye for Buddy. Bye. He's 170 red. Doesn't matter. Nobody in the other lane. Here come the factory stock machines. Evan Kowalski and Melanie Cox. Factory stock E car left, A car right. If you're unfamiliar with how this works in the whole world of class racing when you have a combo like this, factory combo. The trees will come down on the indexes. Basically becomes a comp eliminator race. No kidding. Melanie Cox, the Calvert Racing Cobra Jet, off on the green, trying to run down Evan Kowalski's Copo. Melanie was 2:03 in reaction time, and it's going to cost her. 10:17 for the win, goes to Evan Kowalski. Killer gets it done. Melanie's reaction time started with the 2. Can't do that in class racing unless your car is just unbelievably quicker than the one in the other lane, and Melanie's is pretty darn fast. It's not that fast. Evan Kowalski wins factory combo class here in Bakersfield. David Muller and John Irving now. N for Nancy. Sock. Automatic. Final round. The Nevada Missile on the right. The Boo in the left. The reaction time to David Muller. The performance to David Muller. 12:48 rather, gets it done. Over 12:52. David Muller had been saving a bunch in the bank based on qualifying. Had the better light and outruns John Irving to win end stock. Here's D now. Debbie Hughes and Randy Gregg. D for Debbie. We got a handful of Ds. Gonna have a couple rounds of them. 8D automatic machines. Debbie Hughes knew she needed some help on performance and turns it red. Wait, I took that back. I flipped that around. Wow. Debbie Hughes turned it red when she had the performance, at least based on qualifying. Randy Gregg's 2:42 with the slower car and gets the win. My bad. Totally read that backwards. Debbie Hughes is 34 red with a car that qualified 3/10 better than the one in the other lane, and then their opponent went 2:42. That hurts big time. Randy Gregg gets kind of a gift there as Phil Mandela and Shane Terry come up next. F automatic. They are not on the freebie side of this ladder. There's 6 cars. And the win light goes to Phil, who just trucked away down the track. Shane Cherry was good on the tree, 017. We can do nothing but watch as Phil Mandela drove on by. And out the back end for the win. Combo time. Justin Graham and Nanette Stein. Winner here is going to get Joe Sorensen in round number 2. Because Joe's got to buy. Justin Graham out of Montclair, Nanette Stein out of Brentwood. A couple of SoCal natives. K Stalker left, O Stalker right, off and running. Red light, Justin Graham. And he had the performance advantage in qualifying, but he's 234 red. And hands it over to Nanette. Goes 12:41. So Nanette Stein has a date with Joe Sorensen coming up in round 2 of Auto Combo. Here's Mike Wan and Morgan Steven. This is D stock. Morgan Steven turned it red, 054. And it actually made a whale of a run. Wow, 1068. Where was that in qualifying, Morgan? Mike Wan gets the win, lifted out of it down there with a 2:30 reaction time. How many times has that happened? What is it about class? That happens a ton in class. Dan Jeska and Jim Mantle. Combo time. The M Stocker Valerian left. The V Stock Jeep Wagon. Red light. Dan Jeska by 4th thou. Go crazy, Jeep fans. Go crazy. Where's Harry Carey at? Call Jason Logan. 1475. It's a win for Jim Mantle. Darcy Clark and Carl Battis. This is A Stock, and this is Darcy Clark running away with it. That max wedge just too strong. Carl Battis was 15 on the tree, just jumped on the Christmas tree, but had no race car for Darcy. Goes 10-12 at 128 to move into the next round of A Stock. Steve Scherschleit and Chris Ashley. This is H Stock. And a red light for Scherschleit by 6 out. Chris Ashley had a better race car. With 17 on the tree and goes 11:32, 112 miles per hour. Top alcohol, come on down. Top alcohol, dragster and funny car, round 1. Come on down. Alcohol cars to the lanes for eliminations. Mike Williams and Jerry Stein, D Automatics, a pair. Win light here goes to Mike Williams over Jerry Stein. Jerry had the better reaction time. Mike kind of laid off to be safe at 98, knowing he had the performance. Goes 10.75. Even that's laying up from where he qualified for the win. Jerry Stein also dropped off to an 11.06, realizing he wasn't going to get there. Paul Calvert and Bob Beals. Oftentimes, you have that handshake agreement in class racing. Let's race to 1,000. And if somebody's clearly out in front of somebody else, let's shut it down. No need to go out there and hurt one of these cars class racing on a Saturday. Especially this side of the country. Another race with round 1 tonight and this tomorrow. And if you're not going to Dallas next week, you're going to sit around and wait a weekend, basically. And then potentially be out here bracket racing and then off to Vegas. National, Divisional, and the National at Pomona end of the year. So a lot of racing for these cars in this part of the country coming up. Paul Calvert, Bob Beals, T-Stock automatic, and this one's all about Bob Beals. 1364 to turn on the win light. And the T-Stocker, Bob Beals, was 94 on the tree, knowing he had some comfortable room. Takes it on down. 13.642. And for Bob Beals, that's enough to win a Wally. And T-Stock automatic class here at Famoso. Bob Gullett and Don Keene. Clutch time. We have 6 clutch cars. This is the 2-for-1 to the final. Don Keene is 0-18. He climbed all over the tree. Bob Gullett, though, is out in front. Can he hang on? Yes, Bob Gullett for the win. 1087. Beats a 1056. Don Keene was 0-18. Bob Gullett was 108, dropping the clutch. But found a bunch of performance in that Nova and got it done. Bob Gullett, the winner in stock last night, gets a free ride into the final here in stick class combo. Big time run for Bob Gullett. And here's Lamb Chop and Lindy Lindholm. Factory stock D. Heads up for a trophy. Lindy just spotted Dustin Lamb, a couple hundreds in reaction time. But Lindy's got the race car, 972. 123 to get there first for the win. Justin Lamb goes 983, 137. Lindy Lindholm, factory stock D class winner. Look back into stick combo. Dennis Alvey and Adam Strang. The A stalker left, the D stalker right. Adam Strang gets 55 on the tree, a bulb and a pinch. And then Dennis Alvey trying to run him down. Red light for Dennis, a win light for Adam, 1073, 125. If Dennis ran it out, he was going to be in trouble. Adam Strang had a whole lot of race car there. Didn't matter. Dennis Alvey was 46 red. Adam Strang, 10.732, 125 to get it done. Randy Chen and Jared Jordan. B automatic. Reaction time goes to Randy. The win light goes to Jared. Too much race car. 6,500 down there. Goes 1036, 126 miles per hour. Driving around Randy 10 on the top end of the track. Jared pretty much made up everything he gave up in reaction time by half track and just drove on away the further from the starting line we got. Andy Kimball, Kelly Lane. Back to the clutch combo class here. Kelly Lane's T-Stock Fairmont. 1440 index. Andy Kimball's got almost 3 seconds to sit there, but the clutch pushed in on his fair lane. Kelly Lane cut the better light with a 140. And Andy Kimball was never close to catching. Kelly Lane 140 on tree, goes 1336, 93 miles per hour. The T-Stockers going around in stick combo. That's fun. At least I think is. Dwayne Scheitlen, Gary Evans. Back to A we go. Dwayne Scheitlen has a monster of a car. Dwayne Scheitlen, 10006, drove around. Gary Evans drove away. I told you, monster of a car. Santi Grossi and Shelby Williams. Here's E stock. E for excellent. Woo. Santi Grossi, the Pink Panther, Shelby Williams, the K&N Camaro. Santi with the better light. These cars were really close in qualifying. They are not nearly as close here. Santi Grossi drives away, 1088.4 for the win, 109. Shelby goes 11:15. She lifted down there when she realized she had no shot. Santi picked 5,000 on her on the starting line and just drove away. Ethan Heil, Pete Lanciers. Oh, Pete got there. Wow. Ethan Heil was 006. Pete Lanciers was 265, and he ran him down 11,001 at 119 miles per hour. Pete Lanciers. Moving on to the semifinals. NF stock, man. 265 light beats a 006. Yowzers. Richie Pauly and Parker Theobald. .1040 with 5. Richie Pauly, C. Stocker, drives away from Parker Theobald's 1074 with an 8. And that was for the Wally. Richie was 117 on the tree because he knew he had the performance advantage. He was a top 10 qualifier. Parker didn't have the race car. Richie Pauly wins. C. Automatic. Bob Sevis, the E automatic machine. On the bye run into the final. Babasevis goes 13 on the tree, 11-11. Getting the free crack at it. And here comes the factory stock C machines of Leo Glassbrenner and Scott Burton. This, I do believe, is for a Wally. It is. Scott Burton in the Cobra Jet right. Leo in the Copa left. The retired airline pilot out of Colorado. The Remac Transmissions magician out of SoCal. Scott Burton wins it on a hole shot. 941 beats a 941. Scott was 037. Leo was 071. Scott Burton, the factory stock C class champion. On a hole shot. Here's Cliff Hansen and Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle Rizzoli left first. Kyle Rizzoli got there first. 10:27 beats a 10:26 on a hole shot. Kyle was 18 on the tree. Cliff Hansen, 046. That made the difference. Kyle Rizzoli gets it done. Bill Bushmaker now and Gary Gandy, the combo auto class, rolls back up. Gandy's U automatic Mustang. 1485 the index. Bushmaker's 1230 index. The I automatic. Beep beep. Bushmaker goes red. Gandy gets a free ride into the next round of combo auto. 1442 officially. And here's Greg Krause and Ryan McClanahan. Double A stock. There's 5 of them. This is a 2-for-1 to the final. Krause left, McClanahan right. Ryan had the advantage in qualifying, no question. Greg Krause went red by 1,000. He knew he had to cut tight. Ryan McClanahan goes 987 for the win light. Here's Brandon Phillips and Darren Gossi. A Stalkers. Darren's Fury on the left. Brandon Phillips Firer on the right. Brandon Phillips 002. Will not matter. Darren Grossi for the win. 700's just short of it. 10:17. Beats a 10:29. Too much race car for Darren Grossi. As Brian Phillips and John Irving come up next, this is D stock. D for dang, those cars are fast. Get it? Get it? Yes, no, maybe? I thought it was funny. I'm delirious at this point, folks. John Irving, 1080. A lot of race car. The Demon runs away with it. Here's Steve Wan and Jimmy DeFrank. AA Stalkers. Jimmy DeFrank grabs 7th out. Jimmy DeFrank's got nothing for Steve Wan. Obi goes 996 and 104. Lifted way early and still coasted across to the win by a country mile. Mark Madison has the bye in AA stock. $979, $136. Here comes Tony DeFrank. Factory stock B on a bye run. Tony DeFrank, 934 and 142. It's 23 on the tree. And that's going to do it, I think. I'm right. That's it. We got through round 1 of stock class. Good job, everybody. Top alcohol. Round 1 coming your way next. All right, here we go. Round number 1, top alcohol coming your way. And we're going to kick things off with Mitch Myers and Randy Akins. Welcome back, Randy. Been a while since we've seen him compete in the top alcohol car. Randy Akins out here this weekend. Going to fire things off. Your numbers 4 and 5 qualifiers. I'm going to take to the track first, Randy Akins. Got a whole host of folks down there helping him out on that EFA machine. Or pardon me, Randy is not in the EFA machine. Randy's in the former Don Pernome Top Fuel car. If you're looking at that going, wow, that looks like one of the old Snake Top Fuel cars. Well, it was. Turns out those cars make good A fuel cars. Who knew? Bill Dunlap drove this car for a while. And now Randy behind the wheel. And Mitch Myers, the EFA Hose Protectors team, the former world champion out of Oregon. Randy was the higher qualified car, chose the left lane. In qualifying, these two cars made 3 remarkably similar runs. Like, no kidding. They all made like a good run, a pretty good run, and I wish we had a little more run. But they all went down the track, or they both went down the track all 3 times. First pair, top alcohol drags are on a beautiful Saturday here at the Patch. Let's go fast. Mitch Myers goes red by 1 foul, and Randy Akins blows the tires off. Mitch Myers' car was rolling through the beams. He dropped the top bulb, and he went red by 1/1000th of a second. 001 red. Mitch Myers. Randy Akins gets away with one. He was 106 on the tree and knocked the tires off out there about 100 feet or so. But Mitch Myers already turned it red by 1/1000th of a second. Randy Akins heads to round 2 in top alcohol dragster. That is a frustrating moment for the Mitch Myers team. The car goes 551 at 269 miles per hour. I do believe that car was going to run close to 30. It was 102 to 60 feet because of that rolling start and dropping the top bulb and turning it red. If you would have extrapolated that over a shallow stage standing start, Mitch Myers just made his best run of the weekend. I don't think there's any question about it. But the red light was on, and he is gone. Randy Akins in round number 2, where he almost assuredly will not have lane choice over either Sean Cowie or Casey Gristle. We head to the other side of the ladder now, and here's Johnny Otten and Ron Anderson. Johnny Otten was the number 2 qualifier. They only made 2 runs. They opted out of the night session. The 5:34.7, 278, his first time down the track was enough for the Advanco Clean Boost NGK machine. 111 ink wrapped race car. To pick up lane choice here in round number 1 is the number 2 qualifier. Johnny Otten is an LA County fire captain. He lives in Santa Clarita, just over the Grapevine, about an hour from here, down the 99/5. And Ron Anderson only lives about 25 minutes past him. He's in the cosmetic manufacturing business. Dr. Lip Bangs. That is one of his companies. The team out of Chatsworth. Ty Brown tuned. Unqualified number 7. Ron Anderson, Johnny off the line first. He's got to pedal it, though. Ron got him, 5:37.274. Best run of the weekend for Ron Anderson, 5:37.7. 274 miles per hour and gets there first by a nose and a half. Johnny Otten goes 5:43.276, but started to knock the tire off before half track, and he gave it a pedal. That was the difference in the race. Johnny was 50 on the tree. Did his job on this end, did his job driving the car in the middle of the track, but the race car let him down a little bit. And Ron Anderson's best run of the weekend, supremely timed to punch his way into round number 2. Ron Anderson knocks out the reigning event champion here in round 1, and we'll wait the winner of the pair and water box as we fire up a couple supercharged machines. It's Chris Demke, and it's Mike Austin. Chris Demke, the 2014 world champion, the Peenright Boost Performance Machine. Kevin Watson tuning it. Dylan Winefsky's out here helping him this weekend. The Nitro Moose will be here next week with his fuel alter, and I do believe it's Gwyneth's birthday. So when it's Mama Moose's birthday, well, I'm going to say happy birthday because I love that family. Mike Austin in the right lane. He's in from Oregon. Former D6 champion. Former March Meet champion. Former Hot Rod Reunion champion in the alcohol nostalgia ranks. Mike's your number 6 qualifier. Now, he only made 2 attempts yesterday, but they were both good, solid runs. If Chris Demke goes up there and runs a 5:35, I don't think Mike Austin's got much for him. But if he stumbles, I think Mike Austin might be right there. Winner gets Ron Anderson. Mike Austin off the line first. Chris Demke's car's dancing around, but driving away. 5:38.2 at 271 miles per hour. Wow, and pieces go flying at the finish line. It looked like a piece of body off of Chris Demke's car that came off down there. It's hard to tell exactly, but it came down in the left lane. My eyeballs initially tell me that Peenright team may have some work to do with the body on that race car. It shot up about 50 feet in the air and came down on the wall and over the wall on the three-way Chevrolet side of the racetrack. Chris Demke, 5:38.2, 271 for the win. The reaction time was 0.62. Mike Austin cut a great light. It's 44. It goes 5:44.5. Best run of the weekend. Good, solid run. If you're the number 6 qualifier, all you do is come into race day and make your best run of the weekend and hope it works out. For Mike Austin, it did not. The team from Oregon going to make the drive back home early, but Chris Demke makes a good run. Chris Demke will not pick his lane in round 2. Ron Anderson earns lane choice. Casey Gristle and Sean Cowie await as the final pair of alcohol dragster. Both cars fine down there, by the way. They got chutes out, pulled over and turned off the track, no problem. It's just as the chutes hit that the body parts went flying. And again, from my vantage point here in the tower, it looked to me like it came off of Chris Demke's car. There's also a very good chance I'm wrong. It could come off Mike Austin's. Like I said, the important part to anybody is it didn't affect the cars get stopped, slowed down safely. Just a second before we fire up the final pair of dragsters. Since I'm texting him about lunch, it's probably a good time to remind you all the dog pound's open. Jeff's here, and he brought Betty. We love Betty. We love Jeff. Go get yourself some lunch. I had a burger yesterday. It was really darn good. Just want to throw it out there. Really good. Track's clear. Call goes out to fire up the final pair. Attention to the pits. Super comp to the lanes, please. Super comp. Come on down. Super comp to the lanes. Casey Gristle and Sean Cowie, final pair. Round one. Winner gets Randy Akins. Casey Gristle driving the Jerry Darian machine. Darian and Gristle on the side of that big green A-fuel machine. Casey lives in Rancho Cordova up in Northern California and works in the aerospace sheet metal industry. He's also made some cool parts and pieces for these cars. Clutch cooling plate. Kind of cool deal. Sean Cowie, meanwhile, number 4 runner in the world a year ago, and he's in the hunt this year as well for the world title. Mundy's Towing, that's the family business. Slow down, move over machine. NGK spark plugs as well. Sean's nephew James is in competition this weekend in Super Comp. Bring along the next generation of Cowie drag racers. Nitro injected on the left. Supercharged alcohol on the right. Jerry Darian and Norm Grimes, two of the greatest tuners in the history of alcohol dragster, step away from their cars. Action time to Casey Gristle. Casey's giving him a ride. 524. Sean Cowie gets it done. 277 miles per hour. Casey goes 544.8. The speed is incorrect down there at the finish line. Ignore that, but a 5.448 for Casey. Casey was giving Sean Cowie everything he could handle, and then just past half track, it put a cylinder out, and Sean Cowie drove away. 5.242, 277 miles per hour for Sean Cowie to win. Here comes round one of Funny Car. To start things out with solo shot, as Chris Marshall, driving the Mine Brothers machine, was the number one qualifier. The M7 performance car. And when Mike Dushkanian pulled out, Chris Marshall took a free ride here in round one by way of his 5:55 in the final session last night at 259 miles per hour. A monstrous run with Brian Howe in the other lane. Let's see what Chris Marshall can do. Torque converter combination. The only one in the field now with Mikey D not here. Round number one, all Funny Car. Go through a little rattle. It goes 5:57, 2:59. Second best run of the weekend for Chris Marshall. Gets the shoots out. Car whooped down safely, and the Miner Brothers team will go to work for the final round of all Funny Car. Chris Marshall, 5:57.4, 2:59 will await the winner of the pair in the water box. And a big old welcome back to Will Martin here at the patch. The Martin Family HVAC machine, your number 3 qualifier over on the three-way Chevy side of the track in the left lane. Multi-time Heritage Series champion, a SIFCA champion. Took a couple years off from racing. He and his wife started a family. Kind of had some bad luck thrown their way. Just tough circumstances, I guess you could say. Got the family settled in and down, decided they want to go back racing and do it in the all-golf funny car ranks. So Will Martin has only made like 8 passes in this car. Brought J.P. Gutierrez in from out in the North Central region. He is a star in the alcohol dragster ranks to do clutch work on this car and tuning. These are both clutch cars with a 2-step in them. And Brian Howe over here on the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side, the Cascade Trailer Sales Oregon Motor Coach, Ram Trucking Machine, Dan Provo's company Rad Torque Systems involved as well. Johnny Lindbergh Tunes, the Lucas Oil NGK powered race car. Brian Howe, your number 2 qualifier. So Will Martin in his first round of competition in an alcohol funny car. And Brian Howe. Brian Howe off the line first. And he's going to drive away to the win. 5:54.5, 264 miles per hour. Low ET of the event for Brian Howe. Johnny Lindbergh pulled out the big guns here on a Saturday afternoon and earns himself lane choice in the finals against Chris Marshall. Will Martin makes another good run. 5:78.6, 238. I do believe he lifted early. when he realized he wasn't going to get Brian down there. The speed is well down on that car. But again, Will Martin rolled up here and made 3 runs yesterday, a 71, a 71, a 66, and he goes 78 today, maybe lifting a little early. Nothing wrong with that. That car is going to be a force to be reckoned with sooner than later. No question. It's going to be Marshall and Howe. Brian with lane choice in the finals. Got 1 pair of testing here with the alcohol dragsters, and then we're going to be into Super Comp final time trials. This is Jerry Kumre and Shonda Blinzler. Sean Blinzler right. Jerry Kumre left. That looks pretty good for Shonda. It's pretty good for Jerry. 625, 189, shutting it off early for Jerry, but he kept it all lit to about 1,000 feet. And a 694, 142 for Shonda, who also clicked it off early. Do a quick drag, get the clutch dust off the track. Super Comp coming up next. First pair of Super Comp. Carol Krancis goes 892, 168. Brian Cam goes 886, 173. Don't believe either one of them are going to get an invite back to the dance later with the W.W. Williams shootout. But they do get an invite back to round one. Which is tonight. Jason Wick and Glenn Kern. The second Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing team. Car, the first call. Carol drives the Silver State car. James Cowie drives the now nameless machine. We can work on that. Don't worry about the red light. Jason Wick's 010 red. Glenn Kern hits the tree 055 at the stripe. 891.7. 167 for Jason. Glenn Kern 893. And here comes Adam Hicks and James Cowie. Now right now they are both in the top 8. James Cowie's pretty much locked into the shootout if paid. He was dead on one earlier. Only Dylan Hedgewood, who was 8900, was better. Adam Hicks is 907. I don't think anybody in America thinks dead 7 is going to get you in. Right now it's good enough for 7. It's also good enough for 6 and 8, thanks to ties. James Cowie missed the tree. He was 089. Adam Hicks was 006. That finish line, 889.1 to an 889.8. I tell you what, Tom Bayer's got James Cowie's car really dialed in right now. Ray Madrano and Mike Woodard. Right now, the 8 who would be in, if, again, everybody paid, because it's the only way I can realistically look at it up here, would be Dylan Hedgewood, James Cowie, Russ Stevenson, Tanner Theobald, Greg Boutte, Frankie Ocasio, Adam Hicks, and Mark Darzow. Mike Woodard goes 881, 895 for Ray Madrano. Nikki Bailey and Jonathan Flores now heading down the track. Dead on one, Jonathan Flores. That should play. Puts him third. Nikki Bailey goes 897.8. Since Chad was asking, here comes the aforementioned in the live stream chat, Big Boutte. Cody Stevenson in the other lane. The Foggett Blaster Machine for Greg Boutte, who wants everybody to know that Foggett's got a 2-year contingency program that'll pay for all divisional races. Go see Greg, buy 6 cans of Foggett, put the decals on the side of the car. They give you a free t-shirt, and they'll pay you when you win. Who doesn't like to get paid when you win? I like to get paid when I don't win. Weird thing, right? Cody Stevenson's 94.8, Honey Badgers 887.7. Honey Badger. It's because I got a college football game on. Huckleberry. It's 887.7. Now, Greg is currently in. He's kind of in no man's land. He's 6th. There's Jason Rosenbaum and Trent Flores. Now, Trent's brother just pretty much put himself in with a dead on one. Put him 3rd. Let's see if the Victory Express car can do the same. Trent's 001 red. 89.7. Man, the Flores kids have those cars dialed, don't they? 89.6 for Jason Rosenbaum with the 008 light. Nick Sadie's, Phil Jaramillo. Nick Sadie's jump before the tree. Phil Jaramillo was 171 red because of it and goes 905, 165. A throwaway run if I've ever seen one for Phil and Nick. And Nick Sadie's had the same problem earlier. How frustrating is that? You got to imagine, right? If you're Nick, you took it back to the pits, you put it on jack stand, you started it, you held the button, you mashed the gas, you let go, it launched, hit the throttle stop. All right, we're good. Checked everything, it's fixed. Drag it up here, do it. Nope. Like if you own a race car, you've been there, right? I've been there. I don't even own a race car. I've been there when I was driving. Guys, I swear the trans brake not holding. Take it back to the pits, put it on the stands, trans brake holds. Take it back up here, put it on track, trans brake doesn't hold. They're like, you're not holding the button. I'm like, I'm holding the button, darn it. I'm not dumb. Ginger Welfringer and Ray Lillard. Ginger, 91.8 on that reverse throttle stop car. Ray goes 894.3, 166. Anyway, just feel for Sadie. It's like we've all been there. We've all been there. Angela Stanton and Bob Van Popering. BVP over here on the right side. And Angelo Stanton in the left. (9:11) for the 9, 156 for Angelo, 886, 184 for Bob. Here's Mark Darsow and Chuck Babcock. Small block for Darcel in the left lane. He's currently in with a 90 with a 7. He's going to have to stand on that. Take that back. He's the one who got bumped out with a 90 with 7. Chuck Babcock, who went 91.8 earlier, goes 91.6 here. And after being in the shootout the other night, Chuck's going to miss it by a little bit here today. As Hannah Huber and Jack DeRenton come up next. The Excel Drywall Enumclaw Power Sports car, that's Hannah Huber. Jack DeRenson, who was the winner of the shootout the other night, but he's going to have to skip this one. 892.4, 162. 886.3, 173 for Hannah Huber, who also will not make it in. Kaylee McKibben now, and Chris McNichol. Kaylee McKibben, White Lane Auto. Steve Hendricks out in front of that car. And Chris McNichol. works on Josh Hart's top fuel machine. Chris McNichol dead on 3, 171 miles per hour. 894.2 for Kaylee. 162 won't get her there. But Chris McNichol, if he paid in, he is in for now. Suddenly dead on 3, not so comfy. Puts him 6th. Now the bump becomes Frank Lacasio's dead on 7. And Frankie is back here in line. Listen up in the pit, super stock. Come on down, Q2, super stock to the lanes, please. Kim Will, 896.1. Russ Stevenson, 888.8. Now, Russ is currently in with the dead on 2. He can't improve it. Kim Will not improve it. Once again, super stock, need you to the lanes. Super stock, need you to the lanes, please. Randy Beck and Dory Quigley. Former D6 champ in the left lane. Yeah, Randy, 198 red. 8937, 170. I didn't see. Maybe Dory flickered the light and Randy brought it up and just thought to himself, I don't want to burn the converter and I don't want to waste the run. Maybe he just flinched. I don't know. 893.7 though, 170. 888.5, 176 for Dory. That's not going to be good enough for either of them. Here's Steve Parsons and Jeff Davey. Wow. Good thing they don't pay me, folks. Jeff Davey in the simple pump machine. Was 3,000 under the first time up. Just got a car that's kind of right there. And Steve Parsons. The Drags to Killa. Ridgecrest is his home. Just over the road. Don't worry about the red. $891.3 for Jeff Davey. $893.8 for Steve Parsons. Jimmy Kelso and Marco Peravalaris. Jimmy Kelso dead on 9, not close enough. 887.3 for Marco Peravalaris. It's a good run for Jimmy Kelso. It's going to put him 11th right now. I guess if enough cars didn't pay in, he might sneak his way in. But generally speaking, I'd like the 9th or 10th. Going to take that chance. Frankie Lowe, who's currently the bump if everybody paid, dead on 7. And Robin Lane. Frankie Locasio. Out of Arizona. Lives in Surprise. The double take. 884 to 885. So Frankie's going to have to hang on to that dead on 7. Final call. Final call. Super stock. Nick Alejandre is 11 red. It was 889.6 to an 889.4 for Mike Copping. Neither one of them get an invite back to the W.W. Williams shootout. Joe Garbiso and Bob Earlywine. Joe Garbiso and Bob Earlywine away. And they're off. And they're running. And they're through the stripe. And it's an 888 for Bob and an 895 for Joe. Joe Galati and George Garbiso now. Galati 895, Garbiso 886. Dylan Hedgewood now and Justin Morris. Dylan Hedgewood, if he paid into the shootout, he is locked into the shootout. He's the only car so far to go dead zero. And when you're the first car to go dead zero, and you're basing it off of, well, how close you are to the number, and the tiebreaker is who does it first. I'm just doing the math here in my head. Yeah, there's no way for you to get bumped out. Pretty nice feeling, honestly. $893.6 to an $891.2. Justin Morris makes his best run, but it's only good enough for 12th right now. Hedgewood is already number 1. And now Mike Cornelius and the Specialty Fasteners machine of Bobby Dye. $889.4 Bobby Dye, $885.1 Mike Cornelius. Not good enough for either of them. Mike Morrell and Phil Nagel now. Oh, Mike Morrell missed it by a thou. 889.9. 889.3. Phil Nagel with a 001 light. Both drivers feel good about that going into race A. Round one tonight. Neither driver is going to get into the shootout with it, though. Tanner Hyatt and Billy Woodard. They are shutting off the car in the right lane. That's Billy Woodard. Oh, wow. Now I know why. There is a bunch of stuff behind Billy Woodard's car. And Gill's transmission machine gets pushed off. Tanner Hyatt on solo. .887.1 for Tanner Hyatt. We're going to be down for a few minutes here. No question. Well, the good news is it all fell out in one spot. And I do mean the good news. But it is going to be some time here. Listen up at the pits. Super gas. Super gas. Come on down. Super gas to the lanes, please. Shout out to the track crew. They got that cleaned up real quick. And we're back at it. Val Torres and Trey Vetter. Rematch. Super Comp final last night. Same lanes, too. Somebody shut the lights off quick. You know, because we ran it at night last night. No. Val Torres right. He won it. Trey Vetter left. He did not. But he did win Super Stock. Oh, man. If they were betting on this one, Val just went red by 2,000. 89.7. Dead on 4. Trey Vetter. Hey, Trey, you want to be part of the shootout? You go 7th right now. Blake Bowser's really excited, folks. Ice! We have ice. What's that line in Cool Runnings? Ice! Igloos and Eskimos and ice! Ice! We have ice. If you need ice, come see us in the tower. It's $8. Exact change, much appreciated, but not required. We do take credit cards. Angie Foray and Toby Payne. Once again, Super Gas, I need you here. Super Gas, I see a bunch of you. Just want to get that clear. Need you here. Stock Clash, you're going to run out of alcohol, guaranteed. Be ready. You will be after Super Gas. Where is Angie going? .908 for Toby Payne. Angie Foray was perfect on tree and then had no throttle stop. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd he go? Oh, wow. Toby Payne dead on 8. That is not good enough to get in. In fact, right now it's good enough for 12th. I'm going to guess 5 people didn't forget to pay. John Settles and Steve Shearer. Reigning division champ, left side. The Ted Weens machine. The painter who lives in Maryland. It's 21 green. $891.5 to an $892.1. Maddie Payne, Debbie Olzol. $891.2 for Madison. $886.7 for Debbie. Travis Theobald and Allie McCone. We're rapidly running out of Super Comp cars. That's a good problem. Super Gassers are filling up the lane. Super Stockers are ready to go. $1,000 apart in reaction time. Travis 23 to Allie's 24. And on the big end of the track, Travis Theobald 893.9, Allison McCone 888.9. Tanner Theobald now and Gabe Torres. 887, Gabe Torres. 893, Tanner Theobald. Final pair, Super Comp. It's going to be Steve Williams and Steve Kasner. A couple Steves with really fast dragsters. Right now, you want to be in the shootout. If everybody paid, Greg Boutte's the bump. Dead on 6. That's if all 8 cars up front paid. Edgewood, Calvi, Flores, Jonathan, Stevenson, Theobald, Tanner, McNichol, Vetter, and Boutte. Frankie Lacasio, Adam Hicks, Mark Darsow, the first 3 out. And here's Kasner and Williams. Kasner, who was a little bit too slow first time. Williams was a little bit too quick first time to get in. And they're both green. '92 4 Kaz, 865 Steve. Neither of them get there. That's going to do it for Super Comp. We're actually going to jump back into Top Sportsman real quick. We have a rerun from earlier. Rob Mendenhall. There was an issue with the left lane blocks at the finish line. And so he had no ET or speed, as ET was, well, it didn't make any sense, and his speed really didn't make any sense. So here's Rob Mendenhall to get a rerun in the Piss and Pete's machine. And Rob Mendenhall just let one go out there. Well, the good news here is, well, the motor may have been catastrophic. It does not appear that the racetrack is so far. Please stand by. There we go. Super stock. Tim Seymour, Rich Panoski. Final qualifying for Super Stockers for race number 2. We kick things off. Right now, number 1 is Tom Ferrugier. He's 942 under. It got pretty hot out there since Super Stock ran, to be honest. Mid-90s day here at the patch. Be mighty impressive if you could go quicker than that. $9.13 to a 10.16. We're off and running. Tim Seymour actually picked up a couple hundreds. Rich Panoski did not. Went the other direction. Tim was 10th. Tim's now 9th. Picked up one spot. Shelby Williams and Troy Olsenowski. Shelby going to get down there first. 9.900, 11.45.4 for Olsenowski. Well, for Shelby Williams, she slows down, but for Troy, picks up 0.3 of a second and goes all the way to number 4. Saving a little bit from earlier. Don Thomas and Charlene Bullitt now. Charlene just got bumped out of the top 10 in her Cutlass. And Don Thomas in the Grand Am. A couple of Canadians, eh? $10.32 for Don, $10.65 for Charlene. They both slow down a little bit. David Beckwith and Brian Brossett roll in next. $8.488 Brossert, 11.298 Beckwith. Brian Brossert slows down 7 hun. David Beckwith slows down 3 hun. And here's Randy Logie and John Cantlay. $9.22.3. Cantley picked up a couple hundreds. $10.57.7. Logie lost almost the same amount Cantley picked up. Maybe just let him borrow it. Here you go, John. John Roulette and Don Keene. Throw currently in the number 6 qualifier, 782 under. Does not improve. Neither does Keen. Keen runs within 3,000, which ought to make dialing the car easier. Tom Armanino's 001 red and Fred Moreno, a couple cars in the top 8 right now. Armanino slows down. So does Fred. They're both back a couple hundredths from what they ran earlier. Here comes Darcy Clark and Brent Calvert. That all aluminum Savoy. $982.4 for Darcy. $839.2 for Brent. Doug Broaddus and Len Schneider now. $937.1 for Doug. That's an improvement. $10.059 for Len is not. Len's going to stay 5th. Doug goes from number 25. Jumps up to 20th. Mike O'Keefe and Tad Shy. Listen up in the pits. Stock eliminator class. All cars still eliminations. Come on down. Stock class to the lanes. Mike O'Keefe and Tad Shy off and running. Tad go 10:47. Mike goes 11:16. Sounded like Mike might have spun the tire out there in his Mustang. And here's Justin Lamb and Tom Ferrugia. Lamb Chop 6th thou red, 905.2. Tom Ferrugia's 5th thou red, 934.9. They both slowed down a couple hundredths. Tom Ferrugia is still number 1. Here's Brad Burton and Tim Hall. If anybody's going to knock Ferrugia out, we're about to find out, I think. With bad Brad in the left lane. He only trails Ferrugia by 2 thou. Does he really want number 1? He's going to have to lean on that car. So the weather's not helping. Brad does not lean on it. 935, 9 to 1061, Tim Hall. Here's Trey Vetter and Mike Graham. Last night's winner, Trey Vetter, yellow Camaro. They're both 001. That's pretty darn good. Super Stocker, huh? 1003 Trey, 1031 Mike. As they both slow down. Jim Rao and Brock Broaddus now. Hey, listen up in the Super Street pits. Here are your 8 shootout cars. LaForbes, Minogue, Butler, Elam, Adams, Ventura, Mueller, and Robinson. How about that? The 12 got in. Enough people not pay. Jim Rao runs within 3 thou from earlier, and Brock Broaddus picked up almost 0.2 of a second. He was 35th before. He is 31st now. Wow, that's all it's worth. Way to make the run the first time. I guess that helps. Sergio Crespo, Tibor Kadar. Final couple pairs of Super Stock. It sure sounded like Sergio Crespo might have spun the tire. $991. ET sure indicates that as well. 1016 for Tibor. He's going to stay 14th. Sergio stays 32nd. Here's Ryan McClanahan and Jim Grossi. .805 McClanahan, 8.831 Grossi. Final pair, Super Stock at the ready line. Jody George and Kyle Rizzoli. See if either of these cars want to change their spots. Jody George, 22nd right now. Kyle Rizzoli's 18th at the stripe. Jody George picked up 300. How about Kyle Rizzoli ran identical 926 fours, and Eric flipped the computer before I could see if Jody George moved up at all. Now I'm never going to know if Jody George moved up. What am I going to do? So wait for a ladder. No biggie. Super Gas Cars at the ready line. 990 time trial is going to set a WW Williams shootout ladder. Grazie. Super Comp shootout cars. Listen up. You are Hedwood and Theobald. I forget which Theobald that was, but you guys are going to know. You are Flores and Casio. Frankie, you're in. Cowie and Vetter. Oh, that's kind of fun. And Russ Stevenson, the small block. Mark Darsow. Those are the 8 for Super Comp. Hedgewood, Theobald, Flores, Lacasio, Cowie, Vetter, Stevenson, Darsow. For For Super Street, it's going to be LaForbes and Minogue, Butler and Elam, Adams and Ventura, Mueller and Robinson. We are intending to run round one of the shootouts before we run the alcohol cars at 3 o'clock. Let me give you a run show here. Currently in the water box, or soon to be, is Super Gas. That's final time trial. Behind them will be Stock Eliminator Class. If you are still alive in Stock Eliminator Class, this would be a good time for you to come to the lanes because you're late. Trying to get them paired up back there. Behind Stock Class, we're going to call up both the Super Street, Super Comp shootouts. So this is not a call yet, but I'm letting you know that you are probably within 15 minutes of getting called up. Both Super Street and Super Comp shootouts. Again, that's LaForbes and Minogue, Butler and Elam, Adams, Ventura, Mueller, and Robinson in Super Street. That's Hedgewood and Theobald, Flores and Lacasio, Cowie, Vetter, Stevenson, Darsow, and Super Comp. Marvin Weeby and John Kruger kick off Supergas final time trials, 995 to a 994. If you want to be in the Cool Kids Club, that's the, oh, maybe I'll get to race in the Shootout Club. It'll be better than Mark Fenton's 991-0. $995 to a $994. Dave Holmes, who's dead on 2 already, is going to hang on to that top spot for now. He is pretty much locked in. 3 cars went dead too, but he was the first one to do it. Dennis Keck and Larry Bradshaw. $95-0 to $86-2. Bradshaw 95. Keck 86. We'll move to the next pair. It's Dan Davis. It's Jim Spurnack. $94 to an $88. Spurnack 94, Davis 88. Vince Riali, Rodney Horn. $99.3 for Riali. Rodney Horn with issues out of the gas, 12:41. Lon Wilburn, Martin Lummis. Lon Wilbur, 991.3 at 137. Not good enough. Kevin Jellum and Mike Bonner now. Final call, stock eliminator class. All cars, all classes are still in. If you're down to 2, don't wait for the next round, because remember, we're going to run to round 1 later as well. Dead on 8, Kevin Jellum. Mike Bonner goes 992.1 for Kevin Jellum. He's 9.908, and that is good enough to be 8th right now. As Roger Cotto and Ron Kelly come up next. Cotto's 7th right now, the dead on 7. He's in the left lane. Really pretty Camaro. The top sportsman car that decided to go super gas racing. Ron Kelly in the right lane. On gets way out there, and here comes Cotto's 001 on the tree, dead on 2. Wow, Roger doubled it down. Dead on 2, 994.2 for Ron Kelly. How Roger goes dead on 2, it's only good enough to take him from 7th to 4th, because 3 other cars were already dead on 2. Adam Hicks and Ed DeStout. $983 Adam Hicks, 1002 at DeStout. He's been kind of chasing that thing this weekend. I think it's exactly responding to the changes he's been making to the computer, no question. Bob Heffley, Criff Nafziger. Wow. Christopher Nafziger. Sorry, Chris. Remember my first day. Apparently it was today. $988 Heffley, 1026 rather for Chris, who lifted before the stripe. Chris Nafziger got down and kind of danced around a little bit and lifted. Bob Heffley and Criff Nafziger done. James Schmidt and Dennis Paz up. Hey, let's get our shootouts headed this way. Round number 1, Super Comp and Super Street. Since your ladders are set, let's get the shootouts coming this way. Super Comp and Super Street. Shootouts heading this way for round 1. Once again, Super Comp and Super Street, W.W. Williams, round 1 shootouts. Please come this way. Garrett Cost and Ryan Giacone. Kerry Cost, 9.9. Locked in if you paid your racing. In the W.W. Williams shootout, you come the first car to run dead on the number. Brent McKinney and Tony Manning come up next. These 2 cars both missed 9.900 by exactly 2 thousandths last time. Big Tony's not getting in. He left before the tree activated. Converter issue for him there, no doubt. Brett McKinley, 987, 164 will not get in either. Big Tony's coasting down and gets no time. Paul Weichman and Daryl Mitchell will have some time to think about it. Paul Weichman is dead on 6. Daryl Mitchell, 981.3, dead on 6. Where's that land you, Paul? It lands you out if everybody paid. Pete Both, who's up right now, was also dead on 6. First is 8th. Mark Fenton is 991.0 in the box right now. is 11th. So out this, we have 8th and 11th right now. Now, as we saw in Super Street, not everybody pays. But a lot of people do. Once again, shootouts for Super Street and Super Comp. We'd like you to come to the staging lanes, please. Round 1. Let's see what happens here. Fenton and Bothy. 991.7 for Mark, and Pete's out of the gas early. For Super Comp, Hedgewood and Theobald. Flores and Lacasio. Cowie and Vetter, Stevenson and Darsow. For Super Street, it's LaForbes and Minogue, Butler and Ellum, Adams and Ventura, Mueller and Robinson. Those are the shootout cars. We need you to the lanes, please. Bill Botello goes 991.5. Damon Bustamante goes 992.6. Trent Langen and Doug Sedmick now. $989.4 Trent. $992.4 Doug. Not going to play for either of them. Kim Will and Matt Treadway, who ran identical 988.2s earlier. $93 to a $94. Ray Cordero and Brad Pierce. $991.6 Cordero. Brad Pierce missed it by a thou. $989.9. 1 thou. Too quick. Just misses out on sneaking into the shootout. Mike Whippleshauser and Gary McNaka. 94.3 for Wibbleshauser, 88.7 for McNaughton, Greg Ventura, John Filipino. .991 due for Philippi. That's not going to be good enough. Greg Ventura, who missed it by a thou earlier and is already in the Super Street Shootout, goes 986.9. Mike Lang and Mike Banner. .86 to 88. Banner and Lang. Both of them were already in. They went dead too earlier. So they stay 3 and 4. And now here's Val Torres and Ryan Zermano. .987, 1 to a 989-1. And Ryan is already technically in with his dead on 5. Randy Bowers and Xavier Zermeno. Xavier's 94.3. Bowers is 97.5. Glenn Smith and Steve Schmid now. Target right now remains Pete Bothy. Dead on 6. You really want to be dead on 4 because dead on 5 would just put you on bump. Dead on 4 buys you some breathing room. Not going to work here. Too quick and too slow, respectively. Joe Galati and John Sapone now. Sapone made a 91.5 earlier. He was close. $989.6 a pair. They're both 4th out. Too quick for Galati and Sapone. Lorraine Rogers, Dave Gotts. Lorraine Rogers is 3 thou too quick. 989.7. She was 5 thou quick earlier and 3 thou quick here. Steve Parsons, Greg Martin. Greg Martin goes dead on 3. 89.2 for Steve Parsons, and that's going to put Greg Martin in the number 6 spot. It knocks Pete Bothy out for now. Steve Williams, dead on 5, moves to the bump of the top 8. And again, I say top 8 because, well, I know top 8 guarantees you in, right? I can't tell if you paid and didn't, but I know that if everybody paid and you're 8th, you're definitely in. Lindsay Meserve, Gary Hesselbrock. Evan Kowalski, Paul Prang now. We are just about out of super gassers. Winner last night, Evan Kowalski. Goes 988.7 at 167. Paul Brang goes 989.1, 162. Lindsay Larson, Janice Hogan now. Janice is 10 004. Lindsay is 991.6. Greg Harrison, Davey Adams. Steve Williams, dead on 5. What you got to beat to guarantee yourself a way in? Really, that's also Ryan Zermano, who's dead on 5. Davey Adams, 10 thou red. And runs a 988.2. Greg Harrison runs a 995.4. David Beckwith, Nathan Huber. $995.2 to a $992.0. Steve Williams, Marco Paravalaris. And John McCone's in the water box. $93 to a $94. Here comes the final car. Final car in class. We'll work on getting the Super Gas Shootout ladder put together for you. And we'll roll into stock class eliminations. Round 2, or trip 2 through the order. John McCone, 10:02, 162. Things that make you go, if you're Allie down on the starting line. That's the look on her face right now. It's, Still going to get a quick drag. Get some rosin down. How about the stock eliminator cars? And be off and running. We have all 8 of our shootout cars in each class back there, I do believe. Between Super Comp and Super Street. And they fire up stock eliminator. Class trip number 2 through the order. They handed out a bunch of Wallies earlier. I believe we're going to hand out a couple more here this round. We have our first car out. It's Tom O'Laughlin, and he is F stock with buy run, and all he's going to do is roll up, take the tree. Tom takes the Chevelle back, takes the round win. H stock rolls up. Buddy Jensen and Chris Ashley coming your way. Final round. Wally time in H automatic. The Holly EFI Gen 3 Camaro is Chris Ashley. The 64 Plymouth Fury is Buddy Jensen. H automatic, 1215, the index in this class. Two cars that couldn't be further apart if they tried. For the trophy in H automatic, Chris Ashley leaves first. Nose out in front of the 1,000. And a win light, Chris Ashley 11:27 at 110 miles per hour. The trophy goes back to Chandler, Arizona. Chris Ashley, the H automatic class winner here at the patch. Super Street Shootout. I need Adams and Ventura. I know you two are racing each other. I know you guys were just busy, but we need to hear. You will be the next thing on the track after stock class. Adams and Ventura Super Street Shootout. Need you here. We're in stock class right now. We are running round 1 of that shootout next. Bob Gullett had a solo shot in clutch combo, runs down and goes 11:15. I'm getting harassed by my division director. I guess he signs the front of my check, so I should allow it. Actually, it's true, he doesn't. He just turns it in to the person who does. John Irving goes 11:11, D stock on a solo shot. And here's Santi Grossi and Baba Sevis. This is E automatic. E for encouraging, excellent, euphoric. Wally, oh no, it's W, but this is for the win. Pink Panther left, that's Santi. Baba Sevis and the Silver Bullet on the right. The Firebird and the Challenger. Bob's off the line first. Bob's to the 8th first. Bob's to the 1,000 first. Bob held on. 1071 beats a 1073. Baba Sevis takes down Santi Grossi, takes home the Wally in E automatic class eliminations here at the patch. Randy Gregg and Mike Williams. This is D. Randy Gregg knocks out or goes red rather against Mike Williams and D Automatic. He was giving up a bunch in performance. Mike Williams into the next round of D stock. And we're into the clutch combo classes. Adam Strang and Kelly Lane. Kelly Lane's going to get 2.9 seconds on the handicap start. Listen to the pits. Top alcohol to the lane. Top alcohol to the lanes. Funny car finals, dragster semis. Alcohol to the lanes, please. Adam Strang dropped the clutch first, but Kelly Lane got there first. 13:36 for the New Mexico native. Adam Strang came all the way out here from Vermont. He got lost on the way to Boston, I guess. Bakersfield, Boston, that's kind of the same. Kelly Lane wins class, or doesn't win class, rather moves into the next round in the clutch combo. Here's B Automatic. Jared Jordan, Mike Hacker. This is for the Wally. B Automatic. Jared left first at the stripe. Jared got there first. 10:19, 125 miles per hour. Jared Jordan, the B Automatic class champion at the patch. Jim Mantle and Gary Gandiel. Alcohol cars, need you to the lanes, please. Hey, listen up in the pits. I know earlier we said Super Comp, Super Gas, and Stock Round 1 are going to run after alcohol finals. I'm telling you, there's a good chance we will run some of you before alcohol finals, so just be ready for that. Do not, leave and go get an early dinner or whatever and think, hey, we got till alcohol finals. Really good chance we run you before then. That way you can actually leave and go get dinner. Imagine that. Jim Mantles. Cheap-powered AMC wagon, and Gary Gandy in the 302 Mustang. Combo automatic, and it's Gary Gandy by 9 thousandths after he left first with a 186 light. Jim Mantle was 263 in reaction time, 1479, and couldn't get there. Gary Gandy goes 1421, 186 on the tree, and takes 9 thou, and the tightest 85-mile-an-hour race I've ever seen. Steve Wan, Mark Madsen. This is AA stock. And this is going to be all about Steve Wan, who left first and drove away from Mark Madison. Mark might have spun the tires in the Belvedere down there. 153 to 60 feet. Pretty uncharacteristic. And Steve Wan will head to the finals in AA stock. Joe Sorensen now, Nanette Stein, Combo Auto. Joe Sorensen went red. Wow. The upset of the round. Nanette Stein with a 141 light knocks out the number 1 overall qualifier for the meet. Joe Sorensen was 12 red and throws away a chance at stock auto combo. Darcy Clark, A Automatic, the Max Wedge machine on a solo run here. Hey, listen up in the pits. Wow, Darcy knocked the tire off. Racer in need. Joe George in need of a big block Mopar head and intake gaskets. Yikes. That's not good. got Indy heads. He needs the head and intake gasket. Indy heads for Mopar. Head and intake gaskets. Please and thank you. Jody, the Bakersfield Racer, we're trying to help him out here. If you happen to have head and intake gaskets for an Indy Big Block Mopar, Jody's in need. You can either find Jody, you can come to the tower, and we can find Jody for you. This is F-Stock. This is Pete Lanciers. This is Phil Mandel, and that's Phil getting there first. 11:03 for the win. And a trip to the finals. Phil and Pete. And it goes to Phil. Will Kelly and CW Hofer. This is G automatic. And this is for a Wally. CW Hofer right, Will Kelly left. Once again, alcohol cars. Funny car final. Dragster semis. Need you here, please. Will Kelly went 008 red to hand it to CW, who was 002 leaving too early. And Will Kelly is your G automatic loser on a double red light. That's no fun. CW Hofer wins G automatic. He does it on the double I left too soon, but 002 is good for green. When Will Kelly goes 008 red, congrats to CW Hofer, who loves this place. It's like his home quarter mile now. The G automatic stock winner. Darren Grossi and Dwayne Scheitlen. Jody George, come to the tower, please. Jody George. That was quick. I think Dawson's texting you, but I do believe somebody might be able to help you out. Jody George to tower. Darren Grossi and Dwayne Scheitlen. Top alcohol cars. This is like final call. All we have left is a couple shootout cars, 3 more pairs of class. Darren Gross and Dwayne Scheitlen off and running. Dwayne with the reaction time advantage. Based on qualifying, you think that might spell doom. You might be right. 10:02, Dwayne got there. Drives around Darren and gets the win. Ryan McClanahan, AA stock, a lettered by. Final car in this round of class for Stock Eliminator. W.W. Williams shootout. Round 1 Super Comp. At the ready line. Alrighty, we are shooting out. Tanner Theobald and Dylan Hedgewood going to kick things off. Tanner, who came into the weekend as the Super Comp Division points leader, and turned around and lost in round 1 yesterday, so he's got a big chip on his shoulder heading in today. Tanner Theobald gets the first win of the Super Comp shootout. They're both 11 on the tree. Tanner beat Dylan to the stripe by 200s and some change, and he beat by that much as well. Tanner into the semis. Frankie Lacasio and Jonathan Flores now. Frankie in from Surprise, Arizona. Jonathan Flores down from Lemoore. Brother Trent looking on. Both green. And believe me, both drivers know who had the reaction time advantage. At the stripe, it's the car with the win light. 94.9 beats dead on 7. Frankie missed the tree. It was 099 rather. 006 for Flores. It was pretty clear. Jonathan Flores cruises to the win. He will race Tanner Theobald. Here's Trey veteran James Cowie. Trey got to the final last night in this Matt Go Tools dragster before coming up short to Val Torres. James Cowie, whose uncle Sean is in the lanes in the alcohol dragster, driving the Tom Bear School of Drag Racing machine. Bears had this car dialed pretty darn good. It's going to be up to the reaction time. Red light by 1 thou. Trey Vetter's 34 on the tree. James Cowie is dead on 3 with a 1 thou red light. Ouch. 1 thou. I think Bayer just heard me because I just saw him lean back. 1 thou. Going to happen. That one hurts. Super Gas Shootout cars. You're going to be Boehner and Williams, Lang and Fenton, Cato and Bothy, Zermano and Coast. That's Ryan Zermano. Costin Zermano, Ryan, Roger Cato and Pete Bothy, Mike Lang and Fenton, Mike Boehner, Steve Williams. Bring them to the lanes, please. Super Gas Shootout. You're going to be the first thing on the track after alcohol so we can get the shootouts all lined up together. Super Gas Shootouts, you 8, bring them up. Top Dragster, go ahead and bring them down as well for Q2. Top Dragster Q2, bring them down. Mark Darso, Russ Stevenson, both away on the green. Winlight, Darso, double breakout, 89-2. Mark got there first and won on a double breakout with a 30 light. Russ missed it. It was 051. Mark Darso going to race Trey Vetter, Jonathan Flores, Tanner Theobald. That's going to be Super Comp Shootout. Semis. We roll into Super Street round 1 of the shootout. And we're going to kick things off with David Butler and Derek Ellum. Once again, Super Gas Shootout. Boehner and Williams, Lang and Fenton, Cato and Bothy, Zermano and Cost. You will be the first thing on the track after alcohol. Alcohol is 4 pairs away, and we only have 4 pairs of them. Derek Ellum, the Commander in the left lane, and Dave Butler's Vega wagon in the right. $91.9 for Ellum, $87.8 for Butler. Winlight, Derek. Dave Butler took almost 600s and he broke out by 22 thou. He was 003 on the tree. Just never got that Vega woed up enough. Ran away from Derek Ellum. Here's Keith Minogue and Melvin LaForce. About dead on 8, beat dead on 2. Keith Minogue, 10.908 with a 13 light, beats Melvin LaForbes, dead on 2 with a 39. Missed the tree, 39 on the tree. When Minogue threw up 21 pack, not going to work. Keith Minogue will race Derek Ellum. We move to the other half. Cody Robinson and Hugh Miller. Off on the green. Cody and the Camaro on the left lane. The old blue machine. Keith Mueller. Maverick in the right. $10.95.2 beats a $10.96.4. Hugh Miller by 2 thousandths. Oh, man. Cody Robinson gave it back on the other end by 2 thou. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. And here's Greg Ventura. Greg Ventura and Davey Adams, final pair. And it's going to be Greg at the stripe. Wow, Davey Adams. Davey Adams took a 19/10,000 stripe and was locked out. Oh, man. Greg Ventura, 19 packed him. Davey Adams was 20 on the tree, 89.8. Got there first by 19/10,000ths, and Greg locked him out. That is mean. Mean work by Greg Ventura. The definition of push, push, push. Push, push. Hugh Miller. Greg Ventura going to be on the other side of the Super Street ladder for the W.W. Williams shootout. Alcohol Dragster Semi is coming your way next. Alcohol Funny Car Final as well. Once again, this is going to be my final call. And it's Super Gas Shootout. Needing the lanes. I see a couple of you back there already. Fenton and Lang. Cato and Bothy. Boehner and Williams. Zermano and Cost. Those are the 8 Super Gas shootout cars. You'll be the first thing on the track after alcohol so we can get the shootouts all lined up together, please. Top Dragster Q2, need you to lanes. Top Dragster qualifying number 2 as well. And again, if you missed the other announcement, Super Comp, Super Gas, Stock, you are tentatively scheduled for round 1 after alcohol finals. I'm telling you, I can almost guarantee you we will run at least one of those rounds before the alcohol final. Maybe more. We do not have any downtime today. So be ready.
Pete Booth and Steve Williams, we need you for the Super Gas Shootout, please. Pete Booth and Steve Williams, need you now.
There we go. Top alcohol next to round number 2, semifinals. Underway. Ron Anderson and Chris Demke. I just heard the call about Pete Bothy and Steve Williams. We need you both in the lanes, please, for round 1 of the Super Gas Shootout. We do not have any cars to run here before we head to it. That's the peen rate machine of Chris Demke. With a new look this round. He's added a little bit of red to the paint job. And Ron Anderson, the Dr. Lippang's machine. If you were with us in round 1 on the stream, Chris sent the body panels on the right side of the car to the moon, and they are... let's just say they're getting a little help to stay on the car now. Chris Demke, the 2014 World Champion. Santa Clarita's his home. Painwright, Jerry Mattern's company down in Sunland. Chris works there during the week. Kevin Watson tunes this race car. And Ron Anderson, Dr. Lippang's one of his businesses, the cosmetic manufacturer at Chatsworth. For a trip to the final. The supercharged car on the right, injected nitro car on the left. Chris Demke with the reaction time advantage, and at the finish line, hangs on, 5:33, 272. Ron Anderson looked like he might have started to eat one up down there. 5:44 only, 250 miles per hour. Chris Demke left first, goes 5:33.4, 272. His best run of the weekend. Chris Demke headed to the final round. We got an opportunity for an all-supercharged final now. The aforementioned Sean Cowie awaits in the lane behind where Demke just ran, with Randy Akins on the other side. And we fire him up. Randy Akins, Dayton, Nevada, back behind the wheel of an injected nitro machine. And here comes Sean Cowie. The Mundy's towing. Slow down, move over. Core Garage Solutions car. Randy Akins has not yet started to move that car forward. Here it goes. Here we go. Randy Aikens left, Sean Cowie right. Cowie trying to keep the hunt for the national title alive. He is off the line second. Randy's giving it a ride. Not enough. 5:34, 275. Sean Cowie makes his worst run of the weekend and gives up lane choice, but gets the win as Randy Aikens slows to a 5:52. Aikens left on Cowie. Sean Cowie, 5:34, 275. And the entire Mondays team kind of turned around, looked at the board, and went, did I say 32? 34, not 24? The car has not run out of the 20s all weekend and goes 5:34.6, 275. And Chris Demke will pick his lane over Sean Cowie come the final round. I don't really think that matters. But as my compadre Alan Reinhardt always says, I'd rather have lane choice than not. And we get ready to hand out a Wally. Top Alcohol Funny Car, final round, coming your way. Got a dragster behind him to test. I think we might even have a Nostalgia Funny Car back there that's going to test. Got a couple of them that are going to make a test. And then we'll roll into the Super Cash Shootouts and Top Dragster. Chris Marshall, who has lane choice, party gave up lane choice, but it was number one qualifier. That's the Minor Brothers car, M7 Performance. Chris out of Oregon, he owns an auto shop up there. Has his own alcohol funny car as well, but he's been doing the driving job in this car, splitting it with Jake Guadagnolo, who's a farmer, has just been busier than a farmer can handle. It's not a problem, right? And Brian Howe, Cascade Trailers, Oregon Motor Coach, Ram Trucking, Rad Torque Systems car, Lucas Oil and NGK, the Johnny Lindbergh Tune Dragster. Brian's wife Mindy out front of that car. Greg Miner gets ready to walk away from Chris Marshall's machine with a big old pump of fist. And the crew over there, we're ready to go. A torque converter car in the left lane, a clutch car with a two-step in the right. Neither bring the RPMs up until they're staged. Here we go. Red light, Brian Howe. Chris Marshall wins it. And the car goes silent at 60 feet. Brian Howe was 019 red, runs a 568, and Chris Marshall's car was dead in the water at 60 feet, but the win light was already on. Chris Marshall gets the win in Alcohol Funny Car. Brian Howe dropped it 19 thousandths of a second too soon. Chris Marshall, the entire Minor Brothers Performance team, congratulations to them. They are the winners here at the Batch in Top Alcohol Funny Car. We have a test lap to make in an alcohol dragster. And then we have a couple of Nostalgia Nitro Funny cars set to test. This is Shonda Blensler. I'm telling you, if you're sitting at home watching the stream, wait till you see this car in person. This thing screams best appearing at a national event. Beautiful race car. Unfortunately for the team, it's a beautiful race car that's not really got down the track real quick all weekend. They continue to pick away at it. This car also has a two-step on it. Well, it wouldn't shift. At least it ran good early. Not great, but it ran early. But you could hear Shonda's car get out there. Bury it in the limiter. Would not shift. Couple Nitro cars as we get ready for the Wally Parks Nostalgia Nationals next weekend. If you're watching at home, the NHRA Nostalgia Nationals right here at the patch next weekend. They used to call it the Hot Rod Reunion. It'll be a great time. Here's a welcome back to Steve Romanazzi. They are currently struggling to get that car to turn over, it appears. So the Nostalgia Nitro machine. I do not believe that car is going to fire. Have to back it down now. It is not happening. That time it spit sparks out everyone under the car if they can't see that. They're going to, I do believe they're going to push Romanazzi back. Well, now is it locked up? Well, the welcome back party will have to wait. To push Romanazzi out of the way. Jeff Fetterback will get to roll forward and take a crack at the track. Jeff Utterback, the Advanced Services Machine, comes to life. Oh, that sounds like a Nitro Funny car. Now, it sounds like he's having a hard time getting it to roll backwards. There it is. Jeff Utterback making a test pass here and prep for next weekend's Wally Parks NHRA Nostalgia Nationals. Almost sounded like a two-step did there. Shuts it off just past half track, goes 722 at 153 miles per hour. Stock class, listen up in the pits. All cars left in competition. Stock class finals to the lanes, please. Stock class finals to the lanes. Here we go. Super Gas. 990 cars. Ready to go. This is the W.W. Williams shootout. This is round one of Super Gas eliminations. And we're going to kick things off with a frozen computer. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Should be Cost and Zermeno. It is. Kerry Cost right, Ryan Zermeno left. Kerry out of Richland, Washington. The lone D6 player in the Super Gas shootout. Trying to play spoiler. He's in the left, or right lane rather. Ryan on the left. Red lights. Oh, wow. Reruns is what we have. We have Sportsman Tree pop up for a 4/10 race. We'll drop the top bulb. Rerun is coming. I see people walking off the line like looking confused. I promise you there will be a rerun, folks. Everybody take a breath. Guaranteed rerun. Well, here we go. This time the red light does come on for Pete Bothy. Roger Cato gets the win. Pete with 65 red. Roger's going to run it out down there. Actually, Roger's going to lift. I don't know if he lifted because he saw the red light or if he lifted because he had issues. But Roger's out of the gas. Pete goes 989.3. Roger Cato gets a trip into round 2 of the W.W. Williams Super Gas Shootout. There's Mike Boehner and Steve Williams. Obviously, we have a rerun to do. With Zermeno and Cost, we need them back to the lanes as soon as they can. Steve Williams off the line first and gets there first. Dead on 3 for the win. Mike Boehner just dropped the nose when he realized he wasn't going to get him. Steve Williams drives around Mike and eases on back, goes dead on 3 with 020 light. Boehner was 025. He goes 993. And Steve Williams into the semifinals to race the winner of this match. It's Mark Fenton, it's Mike Lang. It's the final pair of the Super Gas Shootout. W.W. Williams shootout. Mark Fenton had no trans break. and rolls through. What a weird round of Super Gas. Mike Lang missed the tree because of it. I've been there. 987.9. Mike Lang is going to race Steve Williams. Roger Cato is going to wait for the rerun. We're going to roll the top dragster. Final qualifying. Joe Glenwinkle, Michaela Rowell going to kick things up. Top dragster final qualifying. Rowell goes 661. Glenwinkle goes 690. Only 200 miles per hour. Sounds like he's having some issues down there. The car is back a couple miles per hour. It's also back a couple tenths of a second. But Michaela Rowell 661. 216 will not improve. She'll stay 17. Joe will stay 26. You want to be number one? Got to beat Steve Wills, 613 with a 5 right now. Head open, Terry White. Terry White on the right side. Out of Minden, Nevada, and Ed Open on the left at Pleasant Grove, Utah. .726, 185 for Ed Open. And a 671, 202 for Terry White. They both slow down. And here comes last night's winner, Damon Bustamante and Chris Thode. Damon to the right, Chris on the left. Damon Bustamante is broke and pulled over. Chris Thode goes 681.8. The winner last night is pulled over at 300 feet today. 6.818, 197. Chris Thode slows down 100th. Hopefully whatever that was for Damon is not catastrophic. Since we had somebody come in and ask, I will reiterate. The only classes running round 1 tonight are the 7-round classes. Super Comp, Super Gas, Stock Eliminator. That is it. Speaking of, we should have all of our finalists for stock class in the lanes. Steve Schneider, the tribute card to his father, Dallas. And Fred Jaramillo, the Bosque Tree Farms team. Fred currently qualified 19th. Steve sits in the number 4 spot. Jaramillo back about 1/10 of a second. Steve Schneider's back a little bit more than that. Mallory Reese and Andy Spiegel now. Andy spraying the nitrous. .652 for Spiegel, 6:55 for Mallory. Andy stays 16th, Mallory stays 18th. Steve Will, John Richardson rolling next. Comp Eliminator, Sportsman Motorcycle, come on down. Comp and Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. John Richardson actually changed cars for this run. He put the newer car away and pulled out his Old Faithful in the big red machine. Steve Will is currently your number 1 qualifier. The red, white, and blue car for John Richardson, the red powder coating, brings out the old car. Probably goes 630 at 210 miles per hour. 6:13, 2:34. Steve Will resets number 1 by 3 thousandths of a second. Improves on his time, 6.130, 2:34. Steve Will's car looks real consistent right now. Reed Taylor and Dan Naylor up next. It's already a good start for Reed, who can get the car to run earlier. The big Alan Johnson Performance Hemi out front of the altar. Vance Truck and Trailer out of Las Vegas. Reed Taylor, 622, 225 miles per hour. 638 for Dan Naylor at 213, who had problems in the first run. Reed goes to 7, Dan goes to 14. And here comes Hannah Cook and Phil Dewar. Phil currently 10, Hannah currently 11. Listen up, we're missing 3 stock eliminator cars for class finals. We're running them next. Here or not. Stock finals for class. If you're not planning on running, maybe come let us know. If you are, you need to be in the lanes, please. Also, I need Super Comp and Super Street shootouts back. I also need my Super Gas rerun. We're going to run that first. We need to get that run immediately. Super Gas rerun. Need you back ASAP. Steve Kasner goes 6:15.9, 2:29. He's going to stay number 2. He slowed down a couple hundred. Kenny Upton slows down 600. Goes 6:53.8 at 2:11. Brianna Waynes and Cody Weber. The Sherway machine in the right lane. The reigning division champion, Ted Ween's car, in the left. .662 Brianna, 671 Cody. They stay 23 and 24 for now. Katie Reyes and Baruch Lamas now. Once again, I need my rerun for Super Gas back. I need it back now. I also need whatever stockers we're missing for the class finals. I also need Super Comp and Super Street Round 2. .807, 110 for Baruch, he lifted. 774, 175 for Katie, she slows down. And Hannah Huber and Tom Bayer complete the burnouts. Tom Bayer, 003. Current points leader of the Carb Shop for Vancic Brothers Hoosier Tire Team. Goes 6:18.5, 2:31. They finally got after it in Tom's car. And he's going to move up to number 4. Hannah Huber goes 6:49.9, 2:12. She will stay number 16. Here's Art Hoover and Travis Richardson. Travis currently qualified 32nd, GW Richardson machine. Art Hoover, the Matrix AG team, qualified 9th. .629 to a 679. Travis Richardson finds a 10th. Big improvement for Travis. Moves up one spot to 31. Art Hoover will stay 9. Summer 6:14, 6:229. They figured out what's been ailing the Dial 911 car, and Summer Richardson goes 6:14, 229 up to the number 3 spot and around her dad. Wow. That car has been a dog for them all weekend. I mean, they just struggled to get it even off the line. And suddenly it roars to life and moves to number 3. Big time run for Summer. Tony Giardino and Jen Weens. 677.4 for Giardino. 626.8 for Jen. Tony goes to number 31 after not making a good run earlier. Here's Rob Whetstone and John Rolandelli. Ryan Zamano, if you're coming back for the Super Gas rerun, you need to come now, please. Your opponent is waiting. We're ready to run it. Ben Hoffman, John Freer. Got a single behind him. Be the final car in class. Looks like Steve Will got a good shot hanging on to number one. Either Jen Hoffman or John Freer can improve. And here's Malcolm Senegal to close out top dragster. Lope. Stock class finals. Coming up next, Malcolm's off the starting line. Malcolm runs the 673 at 210. It's going to do it. Top dragster Steve Will going to be number one. And top dragster round one tomorrow. Phil Mandela and Tom O'Laughlin. F-Stock heads up, final round in class. Phil left, Tom right. A couple of Chevelles separated by a year and by the type of roof they have. Tom O'Laughlin had 3,000 reaction time, but he doesn't have the race car, and Phil Mandela wins F automatic 1097, beats an 11. 3. Nanette Stein and Gary Gandy. Combo automatic, Nanette Stein, Gary Gandy, and the win line goes to Gary, 14-11. Nanette Stein, bad time to miss the tree. She was 190. Gary Gandy was 040. The Mustangs able to hang on for the win. 14-11 beats the 12-34. I have called the Super Gas rerun like 7 times, Heather and Ron. I know you guys are asking. If Ryan's not coming, we're just going to run without him. John Irving and Mike Williams in a red light. John Irving gets the win as Mike Williams is 37 red and D automatic. Mike turns it red. John gets the win. A stock, Wayne Scheitland, Darcy Clark, drag reins to the finish. Give it to Darcy, 10:09. 129 miles per hour. Darcy Clark parks the Fury in the A stock winner circle. 10:09 beats a 10:57. Well, Ryan Zermano is broke, is the word. Super gas, not his fault. We will run without him. All right, listen up. Super gas. Super gas is Steve Wan in double-A stock. It's a single run here. The double-A win. Do we have a broke there as well? We may have. Super gas shootout. I need you all back to the lanes. Here's the deal. Ryan Zermano is broke. And they did take the tree, even though the tree was wrong. They took the tree against each other. So we're going to count to take the tree. We need the other 3 Super Gas Shootout cars back ASAP, please. We're going to run round 2 at Super Gas Shootout with the rest of them. Super Gas Shootout, need you back. Bob Goett, Kelly Lane, this is the final. In combo stick. Bob Goett, who already won the Wally last night for race 1. Trying to win class now. Can he run down Kelly Lane? The answer is No, Kelly got there. 13:36, 88 miles per hour. And that T-Stock Fairmont gets the win in stick combo. Here comes comp eliminator qualifying. Final qualifying for comp turns the corner with Larry Aswenga, the fast lane machine team, structural steel and plate fabrication. Scott Performance Wire, the hand-controlled D Supermod Cobalt, and Brad Rounds E Supermod Cobalt. Brad, who just moved over to this car. Couple races back. Top sportsman to the lanes. Top sportsman. Top sportsman. Final qualifying. Need you to the lanes, please. Brad Rounds had some issues there. He coasted down. Larry's going 873, slows down at 10th. We roll over to Tom Metler and Don Beavers. We're talking about a schedule change there. Listen up in the pits. Stock eliminator in the pits. Heads up. Your first round has been moved to ahead of Alcohol Dragster. You will run before 5:30. It's 4:23 right now. I would say you will be in the lanes in the next 25 minutes. Stock. At least the calls will go out. So if you have work to do to your cars to switch them over from heads-up class racing to however you want to race it in stock, here's your warning. Please get moving. We love you, but please and thank you. Tom Metler in the truck, 748.5 and 807.9. Don Beavers runs within 2,000 of what he ran earlier. And here's Andy Moak and Scott McClay. Your numbers 2 and 3 qualifiers as they sit right now is McClay 2 and Mowick 3. Once again, I need top sportsmen to the lanes, please. I need all my Super Gas shootout cars to the lanes, please. We'd like to run Super Gas. We'd like to run all the shootouts together, and we'd like to run them after motorcycle. Motorcycle is 2 pairs away. Motorcycle takes 5 minutes. Super Gassers, if you're in the shootout, need you here. Andy Mowick. That's supercharged methanol honkin' AA altered. Currently qualified number 3, buyherpants.com, and Scott McClay, the engineer out of Tehachapi. The Dodge-powered dragster at his home track. Andy Mowick goes 647, 219. Scott McClay goes 727, 183. Both cars fall back 300s. Scott stays 2, Andy stays 3. Eric Bybee, Josh Lee, final pair. Already going significantly better for Eric. And his A dragster. The Grant Contract Special. And now Eric's not going backwards. Here he comes. They missed race 1 because they were waiting on some parts. The car wouldn't start race or qualifying session number 1 earlier today. So for Eric, he's like, just get me to the tree. And Josh Lee got to the finals last night before Ryan Purdy knocked him out. The H Econo Altered. Lee's would tell you it's H for Honda. Just look at the logo on the scoop of that 4-cylinder Honda. Josh's brother Dustin builds the engines. Family that lives out in Palmdale, Lancaster. Oh, it does not sound good for Eric Bybee. 866, 133. Josh Lee goes 894, 149. Josh Lee will be number 1 qualifier. Eric Bybee runs above the index pretty significantly. And that's going to do it for comp qualifying. Sportsman Motorcycle coming your way next. Final call, top sportsman final qualifying to the lanes. Final call on our shootout cars. If you're not here, we be moving on. I'm looking back, and I think we're missing a super gasser, and that might be it. Reggie McKay and Mark Avila kick things off. This is motorcycle. Neither of them are going to frame the time slip for reaction time. Ironically, it was actually both their best. Puts Mark 8, puts Reggie 9. Number 1 right now, Clayton Howie. He was going to be number 1 at the end of the session. Clayton Howie. I know that because I'm psychotic. Psychic. Both. Ask my wife, she'll tell you. Clayton Howie had a perfect glide. Cannot be knocked off number 1. You want to be Lonnie Woodruff number 2, you got to be 002 or 001. Rick Newport's 008. That's going to move him up. Larry Motto went red. Rick's gonna jump him from 5 to 4. Mark Biscay was already 008. Rick did it second. He goes 4. Mark goes 3. Here's Lonnie and Terry Turner. Lonnie's 21 red. Terry Turner 55 on the tree. 897 to a 910. Ricky Kay and Clayton Howie out. Ryan Howie, Paul Silvas. .58 to a 57 light. Jeremy Bates, Mark Biscay. We are rapidly running out of motorcycles, which is, a good thing because it means we'll be done with qualifying for motorcycles and get them laddered up for tomorrow. Top sportsmen in the lanes. I see all of our shootout cars back there as well. Shootout cars, we're going to be hot lapping you. I'm just telling you right now, if you win your shootout, we're hot lapping. Biscay 33, Bates 42. Jeremy actually gets a better light, but he'll stay number 6. Mark's going to stay 3. And here's Tom Edlin, the number 1 qualifier from yesterday, who was red earlier today. 003 for Tom Medlin. 818.5, 003 right now, good enough for third. Lonnie Woodruff did it first. He was also 003. He'll be second. Tom Medlin jumps up to third, and should be the final motorcycle. Andrew Manning. Manning 16 red. He's going to stay 13th on the sheet. That's going to set the sportsman motorcycle field. Take good field of motorcycles this weekend with 14 of them. They are all pretty darn good. Semis for the W.W. Williams shootouts are here, and this is Super Comp kicking things off. Final call, top sportsman. Final call, top sportsman. You are next on track after these shootouts. We have 6 pairs of shootouts. That will not take long. Alcohol Dragster, we're still on pace. 5:30 for the final. We're going to be right on pace. This is Mark Darso and Trey Vetter. Trey lost in the finals last night, also won Superstock. The Matco Tools Dragster out of Nevada. Mark Darso out of Tempe, Arizona. He's an aerospace engineer. Got one of the only small blocks in the field in Super Comp. Maybe the only one this weekend. I think Ginger Welfinger might be one as well. Reaction time advantage went to Mark Darso by 4 thousandths of a second. He's going to win it. 891.3, 164. Trey Vetter got down there and dropped the nose when he realized he wasn't going to get to him. Comes in almost 10 mile per hour back, running 893. And Mark Darso will head to the final round of the Super Comp shootout. Who's he going to race? Be Jonathan Flores or Tanner Theobald. St. George, Utah, Tanner's home. He is the division points leader coming into the weekend. Jonathan Flores out of Lemoore. Welder. M&M Fuels, cutting edge precision. Renewable solar. J.R. Scott Construction. Couple of Flores cars here this weekend. Trent looks on. I believe Trent was in the first shootout if memory serves me correct. Jonathan trying to win this one. And they're both away on the green. Off the starting line first was Tanner Theobald. And he's going to win it. Dead on 5. He gets there second and runs dead 5. Jonathan Flores goes 887. He took a 4th stripe, but he broke out by well more than that. Flores did his job on that end of the track. It was this end where he lost the race. Tanner was 10 on the tree to Flores' 0.35. Flores getting down there not realizing he had 25 he needed to make up. Took a 4th stripe. He was locked out by Tanner Theobald's 15-pack. Tanner and Mark, that's going to be the Super Comp W.W. Williams shootout. Final. Roger Cato and Gary Koss tells me we're into Super Gas. 990 cars on the track. Cato with that beautiful Camaro, quality assurance aircraft. North Las Vegas native. And Kerry Koss. Corvette Roadster. Both green. This one goes to Roger Cato as Kerry Koss breaks out. 988.5, 165. Roger goes 991 at 174. Kerry Koss took the stripe by 18 thousandths. He broke out by 15. Roger's off the line first. Just pushed Kerry right out the back end, and Roger Cato is going to the final round. The WWE Super Gas Shootout. Mike Lang and Steve Williams now. Kana and Foggett Machine in the right. Mike Lang in the left. Here comes Steve. The big old Bully motor, and he's dead on 9 for the win. That is all Steve Williams right there. 008 dead 9. Mike Lang took a 7th stripe, but he was 26 under. Locked out by Steve Williams, 17 thousandths package. Steve Williams, Roger Cato in the final. That's going to be fun. In Super Gas. Here's Super Street. Keith Minogue and Derek Ellum. Keith in the Nova, the SS machine on the left side. And Derek and the Commander in the right. Off the starting line first, Keith. To the finish line first, Derek, 1091.3. 120 for the win. Keith Minogue couldn't run the number. Derek Ellum will head to the finals. Here's Hugh Miller and Greg Ventura. The ace in the left in the Nova. Hugh and the Maverick in the right. Dead on 2 for Hugh for the win. He took a 9,000 stripe. Take 9, be dead 2. That's how you do it. Greg broke out. He got there second. He was 40 on tree. Hugh Mueller heading to the Super Street final. Rich Oderman and David Cook, that's his top sportsman, final qualifying. $669, David Cook. $722, Rich Okerman. We're underway. David's currently number 2 qualifier, and nobody catching Mike Proctor. Trust me. Trust me. That's a vodka company. Trust me. Bill Scribner and Chris Ezrick. Wow, a couple really cool race cars here. Seriously. Chris Ezrick's 57 turbocharged Bel Air and Bill Scribner's 64 Nova. Car has been the best engineered car at a national event in the NHRA Tour. And for those of you like really into building race cars, that's not easy. It's not. Trust me. Chris Ezrick's out of the gas down there. A 7:46 for Scribner, 184. Jeff Gillette and Rich Harrison. Jeff Gillette left, Rich Harrison right. $687.9 for Jeff Gillette, $770 for Rich Harrison, and this is the final pair. Apparently, like half the top sportsman field decided that drinking hour was better than qualifying hour. And I'm not here to disagree with him. Baruch Lamas and Mara Sylvia. Actually, going to have time to get a little track prep underway. Shootout finalists, we need you to lanes, please. We are double timing the shootouts here because we have to run stock round one. We're going to run super comp round one before alcohol. Alcohol's at 5:30. It's 4:47. For those of you in the super comp shootout final, it means you need to come run your final, turn around, and go run round one in 43 minutes. I'm just giving you the reality of the situation, folks. Trying to help you out. We are going to run round one, so that's not debatable. $694, 202 Mara. That's better. 745, 185 Baruch. It's not. Mara stays number 5, though. Baruch stays 11. Mike Proctor stays number 1. That's it. Top sportsman qualifying. We will set the ladders. Shootout finalists to the lanes. Shootout finalists. Listen up in the pits. Stock Eliminator designated pairs. You are going to be Bushmaker and Cherry, Jerome and Calvert, Kelly and Lucier. Again, Bushmaker, Cherry, Jerome, Calvert, Kelly, Lucier. I think there's only one Jerome here, right? Just in case it's 7307. Again, I'm pretty sure there's only one here. Designated pairs for stock. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. We need our shootout finalist ASAP. We need our designated pairs for stock. Bushmaker, Cherry, Kelly and Lucier, Jerome and Calvert. Listen up in the pit stock eliminator. Come on down. Everybody in stock to the lanes, please. Final round, W.W. Williams shootout in Super Comp. Tanner Theobald and Mark Darso. Stock Eliminator, need you to the lanes, please. Final call for all Stock Eliminator cars. Need to get you paired up so we can get going on stock. Round 1. Super Comp, be on standby. Super Comp, you are on standby. We're running your shootout right now. We're going to make a call very quickly. Mark Darso out of Tempe, Arizona right, and Tanner Theobald, the division points leader out of St. George, Utah left. Small block right, big block left, 890s on board, Tanner's in, and they're both green. The W.W. Williams Super Comp shootout, it's going to go Tanner dead on, or 92.5. I don't know where I got dead on from. 892.5, 161. Tanner got down there and planted his foot in the brake pedal. Mark Darso, I do not know what happened there, but he goes 882. That car has been really, really good all day, but he goes 882.5 in the final. Hung the nose way out in front and just never backed up enough. Took a 900 stripe, and Tanner Theobald gets the win. Had better light 13 on the tree to 022. Tanner goes 892.5, 161. Tanner Theobald scores the win to W.W. Williams Super Comp shootout. We are missing a Super Streeter and a pair of Super Gassers for the shootouts. One of the Super Streeters is up here. Need you here, please. Super Gas, you're going to get here too, because the way we're going, we're going to leave alcohol and go right back into Super Gas. So if you decide to be the last thing down the track before alcohol, and there's one pair of alcohol, you're going to make a turn, and you're going to come right back for Super Gas. I don't think that's ideal, but I'm just laying out the realism of the situation. Our other Super Streeter has arrived. Soup Street final round, turning the corner. Hugh Miller and Derek Ellum. Derek left, Hugh right. The Studebaker commander, Derek Ellum. Battleground, Washington, his home. And Hugh Miller out of Carmel Valley, California, the Maverick in the right lane. 1090 up on the board. Super Gas is pulling up right behind him. And we're off on the green. Ellum and the Studebaker got off the line first at the finish line. He's going to give it up. 1091.7. Hugh Miller, 122. Derek couldn't run the number. 1098 at $122. And Hugh Miller drove around him, dropped the nose on that Maverick, and takes the win. Hugh was 096, but he made up for it by going 1091.7. And Hugh Miller, congratulations. You are the W.W. Williams Super Street Shootout winner chicken dinner. Derek Ellum, 1098.4. That dude slowed down. And that was the difference. Waiting on Super Gas to pull up here. Steve Williams looks like he's just about ready. Same for Roger Cotto. Stock eliminator pairs are pulling forward. That would be the next thing on track behind Super Gas. And here's the W.W. Williams Super Gas Shootout Final. Steve Williams, the K&N Machine, the folks at Foggett, and Roger Cotto in the Camaro. Both green. A couple of big speed Super Gas cars. Roger came off the stop first. Steve follows. And at the stripe, it's Steve Williams by 4th down, 92.5. Beats a 92.1. Steve Williams was better on the tree by 8th thou. He was better at the stripe by 4th thou. Take an 8th thou advantage up here. Take a 4th thou stripe. Turn on win light. Steve Williams, the former Super Comp world champion for the folks at Foggett and K&N, winner of the W.W. Williams Super Gas Shootout. Stock Eliminator round 1 of eliminations is ready to go. Top Alcohol Dragster Finals. Come on down. I know you guys are ready. Top Alcohol Finals, come on down. Again, Super Comp, you're on standby for round 1. Sit tight right now. We're going to clear the lanes that we're going to use for you, and then we'll put a call out. First pair of stock, Bill Bushmaker and Shane Cherry kick things off. Beep Beep Roadrunner. Dialed 1164, and the Camaro dialed 1183. That's Bill left, it's Shane right. It's round 1. Race 2, it's stock eliminator. Someone will be eliminated. By someone, I mean half the field, because that's what we're going to do. So we're doing round 1. We eliminate half the field. In round 2, we eliminate half this, just derivatives of 1/2. Red light, Shane Cherry eliminated himself. Oh, man. Ouch. Shane Cherry is 005 red. Bill Bushmaker's reaction time started with a 4. Man. Shane, I don't know if you got your family or friends with you or whatever, but if you enjoy a cocktail, they need to make you a double before you see the time slip. Because that one is going to sting. Paul Calvert and Jeff Jerome. 1048 for Jeff. 1394 for Paul. The Savoy on the right is Jeff. The Mustang on the left is Paul. The T-Stocker. T. Stock. And they're both green. Here comes Jeff Jerome. He's going to try to run down Paul Calvert. Big end of the racetrack survey says. Will he get there? He won't, but it's good enough for the win. Paul Calvert takes too big of a bite. 1389 on the 94 prediction, taking 800. Jeff Jerome goes 1046.7 on a 1048, wins a double breakout. One of the rare cases where the better reaction time loses the double breakout, mostly because Paul Calvert took a giant bite. Gary Lucier and Will Kelly. Gary dialed 1720, Will dialed 1132. Gary Lucier gets way out there, dialing 1720, and here comes Will Kelly on the 1132. No! Will got there and didn't plant the brakes. He took 1200s, blew by Gary, blew by him, and then ran an 1122. Plant the brakes, Will. Plant the brakes. The front-wheel drive car is not going to come back around you. Ouch. Ouch to the 3rd degree. Ouch. Jared Jordan and Jim Mantle now. The V-Stocker. American Motors wagon over here on the right lane, the G-Power. And Jared Jordan. And the 330 trying to run them down. And they're both green. Finish line says win light Jared Jordan. Another double breakout. Better reaction time gets it done this time as Jared's 1036.6 on a 38. Jim is 1473 on a 1480. Jim Mantle was just about locked out of that race. I know it's a double breakout, but he was in bad shape. Bob Gollett and Debbie Hughes. Bob Gollett was your winner last night. And he's going to go into round number 2 today. 1095.9 on a 1098. Well, likes to go into it tomorrow. Debbie Hughes loses the double breakout. Bob had a much better reaction time, dropping the clutch. 60 to 112 for Debbie. 1095 beats a 1082. Bob took 38 at the stripe and was 14 closer. Now Darcy Clark and Jerry Stein. Top alcohol finals. Need you guys in the lanes, please. Alcohol cars, need you here. Jerry Stein broke on the line, and Darcy Clark on a free shot goes dead on 7. I guess that makes you feel a little better. Not a lot, but a little. Tough break for Jerry Stein. Broke on the starting line. Getting rolled back as Parker Theobald and Mark Madison await. Mark Madison's dial 995. That's the Belvedere in the left lane. Parker Theobald, the Barracuda, dial 1060. The brake light's out there for Mark Madison, but he didn't get on him hard enough, and Parker Theobald is dead on 1 for the win. 10.601 to get it done. Mark had the better light. He took 600s plus at the stripe and broke out by 3. Parker Theobald into round 2. Michael Wan and Dwayne Scheitlin. They are ready quickly. Well, Michael Wan is not here. Michael Wan is broke. That's tough. Dwayne Scheitlin, the ace stalker, the challenger. Competition single. He goes 10-12 with a 3 on a 10-12. How about being bet on 3 on your solo shot? Dwayne flexing a little muscle. Chad Langdon, Steve Scherschleit now. Scherschleit. Out of Reading. H-Automatic Satellite. Chad out of La Mirada. G-Automatic Cuda. They're dialed 1,600s apart. Steve gets the handicap advantage. Steve goes red. 078, the big red light. Chad Langdon gets a free run. Oh, man, are you kidding me? Logie car fires right up, drives right off now. Of course it does. 11:27-1 for Chad Langdon. Moving into the next round. Here, Joe Sorensen, number 1 qualifier, earned the bye in round number 1. Woodburn, Oregon native. Going to come up here in his Camaro and take a crack at it. Joe Sorensen cracks the trio 44. Did put a dial on the car and goes 1160 with a 9 at 113. Mike Hackert, Bob Beals. Bob Beals dial 1383. Mike Hackert dial 1035. Stands it up on the back tires. Tries to run down the Comet. Oof. Mike Hackert is dead on the number for the win. Bob Beals was 1376, predicting an 83. He actually had a window. How about being 92 on the tree, your opponent's dead zero, and you had a window? Rather big one. Mike Hackert missed the tree. It was 123, but Bob Beals took 900s plus at the stripe. His window was under 300s. He couldn't back it in there. Gary Evans and Evan Kowalski. Evan, the winner in Super Gas last night. He's in the Camaro in the right lane. Gary in that Gen 1 in the left. At the finish line, 10:44. Gary Evans knocks out Evan Kowalski in round one. Evans slowed to 10:52 at only 130 miles per hour. Chris Ashley, Mark Kirby, heads. No, not heads up. They're dialed the same. My fault. It's an H and an S Docker, but they're both dialed 1147. Oh, nope, that's why. Mark Kirby's broke. So one thing I cannot see is the right lane until they're staged from here. Mark Kirby not going to make the call. He is broke. That is a tough break for the Bakersfield native. And Chris Ashley take the solo. Hits the trio 32 too soon. Takes Cruz down the three-way Chevrolet lane. And goes 11:41. Predicting an 11:47. Greg Krause and Darren Grossi. A Stalker right, double A left. Greg Krause dialed 1019, the Firebird. Darren Grossi and the Fury dialed 1023. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to the pits. Stand by. Stand by. We're actually going to let like 4 more pairs run before we do what we were going to do. Greg Krause, 10:21.5, 127. Darren Grossi, 10:23.3, 129. Greg Krause gets the win. 12. 17 light, took 12 foul, got the win. Greg Krause, really good driving job on that one. Darren Grossi's dead on 3. But he was late. 51 on the tree. And Darren, who went to the finals last night, doesn't get out of round 1 today. Ouch. Drag racing is cruel sometimes. Here's Santi Grossi and David Miller. Red light. The Pink Panthers 042 too soon. David's 043 to the green and gets a free ride. Carl Battis and Morgan Stephen. Morgan Stephen had some issues up here on the starting line, and Carl Battis lifts and cruises 11:55 for the win. Bob Aceves and Justin Lamb, they're dialed 9/100ths apart. Justin Lamb takes the win. Taking a 500 stripe. Boba Sevens missed the tree. It was 155 and let Lamb Chop get down there and roll out of it. Justin Lamb was 10 miles per hour faster to the 8th, but only 3 at the finish line. Just see how much he was scrubbing down there. Here's Bill O'Connor and Andy Kimball. Andy Kimball trying to run down the slow roller. Bill O'Connor, man, Bill. Bill was 0-20 on the tree and took a train length to go 1687 on a 93 dial. The problem with Bill, it's not like that car's got a lot of throttle play. Picks up 6 miles per hour from the 8th to the finish line. I mean, I think he was actually trying to scrub. But when you need to scrub like 400s, you know, it's not like a super comp car. You can't get down there and at 1,200 feet go whap, 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 whap. you got to make that decision, I think, pretty early. Buddy Benson and Pete Lanciers. Going to go the way of Buddy in a double breakout. Pete takes a train length. Pete Lanciers goes 10.97, predicting an 11.85. Red light, Richie Pauly. Justin Graham's reaction time started with a 4 and Richie's 11th out red. That's like the second time that's happened. Man, oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Clifton Hansen and C.W. Hofer. All right, now we can do it. Listen up at the pits. Super Comp, come on down. Attention to the pits. Super Comp, round 1 of eliminations to the lanes. $11,306 for CW, gets the win on a double breakout. Clifton Hansen was 007 when 800s under and got a big bite down there. CW moves on. Adam Strang and Randy Gregg now. A D-stock automatic versus a D-stock clutch car. The clutch car giving up the handicap advantage, trying to run down Randy Gregg. Firebird left, Camaro right. Tell you what, Adam Strang didn't do himself any favors, but he drove around. Wow, 10.75 for the win. Randy Gregg slows to an 11.31, predicting 11.12. Here's Randy Chen and John Irving. Two cars dialed 3/10 apart. John without an age right. That's Son Irving, the D-Stocker. The B-Stocker is Randy left. Demon right, Chevelle left. Nevada right, California left. Winlight right. John Irving takes the 300 stripe, running it over. Randy Chen missed the tree. It was 104. John Irvin was 0-19. He jumped all over it. Dennis Alvey and Ryan McClanahan now. Red light, Dennis Alvey by 7 thou. Ryan McClanahan gets one handed to him. Dennis Alvey dropped the clutch on that Mustang, 7,000ths of a second too soon, and a 985 for Ryan McClanahan. Gets it done. Dennis Alvey's 7 thou red run dead on 8. Ouch. Gary Gandine, Shelby Williams, 14-22. That's what the Dave Barcelon truck team's dialing over there. Gary out of Utah, the Mustang. And Shelby Williams dialed 1089 in her K&N Foggett machine. That 70 Camaro in the right lane. Shelby Williams gets the win, a double breakout. Gary Gandy took 300ths, ran almost a 10th below. Lindy Lindholm and Brian Phillips, we were having discussions. $998.2 for Lindy Lindholm, a double breakout win. Brian Phillips was 16 below. Lindy was 8 below. Brian Phillips had the better light too, but he hung too much nose out there in the Firebird. Melanie Cox, wow, that's the loud one. The Cobra Jet for Calvert Racing and Buddy Jensen's Fury. The last couple stalkers back there to pull forward in the lanes as super compers have started to fill in. Buddy Jensen out 11:50. Melanie Cox out 9:09. 2.5 seconds difference here. Wow, Melanie is way red. 4:36, like she left off the wrong goal. And Buddy Jensen goes 13:30 for the win. Because you saw Melanie come around and went, what'd I do wrong? Oh, she went red. Nothing. John Irvin, Kyle Rizzoli, the Nevada Missile. All right, this is big. Kyle Rizzoli, not only the division points leader, ahead of Parker Theobald and Leo Glassbrenner coming into the weekend, but Kyle's the national points leader, and in race number 1 yesterday, he turned it red in round 1 and lost. Kyle Rizzoli chasing his first world title. He has been so close. He's green this time. See if he can run down John Irving. 1,000 feet, he's almost there, and at the finish line, he got him. 10:29. Kyle Rizzoli nosed out in front. rolled out of it and got the win. Kyle at a better light is 046. John just missed the tree a little bit. And Kyle Rizzoli gets out of round one here after that tough loss yesterday in round number one. Looking at divisionals here and what Kyle has to replace. He's got a pretty low points total to replace in the divisionals. If he can make a long run of it, he can actually pad his points lead. Derek Steven and Tom O'Laughlin. Derek Steven made a good run of it last night. I believe he got to the semis before he turned it red. He's in the right lane. Tom's in the left lane. And at the stripe, Tom O'Laughlin, 11-11, 114 for the win. So the runner-up and a semifinalist from last night are both bounced in round number one today. Here in Stock Eliminator. Leo Glassbrenner and Nanette Stein. Nanette dialed 1239, the T-Bird in the right for Loki Stein Racing, and Leo dialed 964. The Copo on the left. Both away on the green, and Leo gets by. 966 at 124. Leo was 103 and actually had the better reaction time. 1243 for Nanette with a 156 light. And here comes Jimmy DeFrank and Don Keene. Jimmy DeFrank dialed 1003. The former world champ dialed 1057 in the right, and Don Keene breaks out by 11 now, and he got there second. Jimmy DeFrank was 26 on the tree, 1 hunt above for the win. Locked out Don Keene. That's why he's got 5 Superstock world titles. Jimmy DeFrank, really good at this stuff. Phil Mandela, Kelly Lane. Clutch car right for Kelly, dialed 1356. Phil dialed 1105. Uh-oh. Somebody lost a phone? Do you happen to know where we can find it? They left up here, even better. If you came to the tower and forgot your phone, come to the tower and retrieve your phone, please. Phil Mandela, Kelly Lane, first to the stripe is going to win it. It's Phil. 1140. Kelly Lane had problems, rolled out of it. Phil did as well. Phil Mandela gets the win, round one of stock. Here's Scott Burton. Brandon Phillips is left. A soccer for Phillips, factory stock C for Scott. At the finish line, Brandon Phillips dead on 9 to knock out Scott Burton. Got there second and broke out. Scott missed the tree a little bit. Brandon was 34 on the tree, dead on 9. Scott Burton was 095. Brandon Phillips takes the win. And here's Tony DeFrank and Dan Jeska. Dan Jessica's in the right. I don't know where Tony DeFrank is. They're saying Tony just got here. But they're actually going to hold Dan Jessica up as Tony DeFrank's coming around the corner. And here comes Tony. The California Car Cover Company team. Tony DeFrank dialing 935 in the Camaro. Dan Jessica dialed 1206 in the Valeri. Final pair of stock, got a single in the water box, and the Alcohol Dragster finals at the ready line. Tony Frank's away on the green. Trying to run down Dan Jessica. Dan missed the tree. Tony lifts out of it. 941 gets the win. And here's the final car. Mike Williams as Steve Wan is broke. Oh, Obi-Wan. $10.818 for Mike. That's going to do it. Stock Eliminator. Round one in the books. I see our Super Comp cars have nicely filled in all the lanes back there. And both alcohol drivers are strapped in. Ready to go for the finals. And Top Alcohol Dragster. And here they come. Final round, top alcohol dragster. Pulling into the water. Another Road Life. The Peen Right. Boost Performance. Modern Racing entry. 2014 World Champion of Chris Demke. The team from about 90 minutes down the freeway. And the Mundy's Towing, slow down, move over, NGK machine of Sean Cowie in from Canada. Kevin Watson, the tuner on the right, and Norm Grimes, the tuner on the left. It's Chris Demke and Sean Cowie go at it again. Two drivers that are far from strangers from each other in the supercharged alcohol machines. Sean Cowie was the number one qualifier. Chris Demke qualified third, actually had the lane choice and picked the right lane here in round number one, or in the finals, I should say. Sean Cowie made his worst run of the weekend in the semifinals. And it's in the hands and the left foot of the drivers. For the Wally at the Bakersfield Divisional, here at the patch from Oso, Chris Demke, Sean Cowie. It's time to go. Chris Demke is off the line first, but Sean Cowie is driving away. 5:25, 277, and the Wally goes back to Canada. The Mundy's team gets it done. Sean Cowie, 5.254, 277 miles per hour. Chris Demke was 50 on the tree. Grabbed himself a bunch. Goes 5:35.6 and just didn't have enough race car to run with the Cowie team. Congratulations to Sean, to Norm, James, the whole team down there for the Cowies. Another win for Sean. Spray Buddy's going to make a quick lap here, and then we're going to fire up some Nitro Nostalgia Funny Cars. Well, Steve Romanowski's car is up here for a second shot at it. And it pretty much just the same thing it did the first time. That time they get it fired. Brad Thompson and Steve Faria helping out on Romo's car. He looks to get relicensed. He's already made 2 hits. He needs 4 more if he wants to race next weekend. The Wally Parks Nostalgia Nationals. Been working on this car a long time. Romo, as they call him, has a pretty long history in one of these cars and also in the sprint car world. Body comes down and here he comes. Fuel on. Clutch out. And off. And clicks it at half track. Coast across, 805, 100 miles per hour. A quick drag. And Super Comp is coming your way. Super Gas. Be ready to go. We get about halfway through Super Comp, we'll put the call out. Just be ready to go back there. Know that your call is coming. Steve Kasner, Ray Lillard, we're kicking things off. 890 style Super Comp cars ready to go. The Lillard Motorsports dragster in the right. Discovery Bay is his home. The retired EMT, the Kazman. Sheridan, California, Kazman Enterprises. Over there in the left lane. Super Comp, round one. We are going to have a sock eliminator rerun, I understand. On what should have been a heads up, we'll get to that later. Here comes the first Super Comp pair, and it's Steve Kasner taking 3 thou at the stripe for the win. 897.6 back into Ray Lillard. Ray missed the tree with 77. Steve's 039. Kasner for the win as Adam Hicks and James Howie roll in next. Adam Hicks for the folks at K&N, Mickey Thompson, Foggett, and James Cowie and Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing machine. This is the car that Tom Bayer actually drove at one point to a division championship. And they're both away. James Cowie shows Adam Hicks a whole lot of race car, and at the stripe turns on a win light. 8.921, 165 for James Cowie, who had the better reaction time and gets there first by 900 for the win. 892.1 with a 14 light had Adam Hicks locked out with his 039 reaction time. And here's Gabe Torres and Carol Kransich. Wow, it is unlike Gabe Torres to be this early in the run, but the second generation Super Comper, whose dad was the winner last night, rolls up early on. And Carol Kransich in the Silver State machine. I got to tell you, this feels like a give me some data play by the Torreses. Val is in the thick of a division championship race, and usually at the back of the lanes, and if Gabe can come back around and give him something, who knows? But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. They're both green. Well, that felt like a long tree for whatever that's worth. The reaction times don't necessarily reflect it. They both got away pretty good, and Gabe Torres, 894, took 2,000 on Carroll in the Silver State machine. Cransich was 39 on the tree, 891.9. Gabe Torres, 894 with an 016 light. He took 2 thousandths of a second. Hey, look, Val Torres was up on the starting line. Imagine that. Jason Rosenbaum and George Garbiso. Jason Rosenbaum gets the win. They both run 892.1, but George Garbiso had a 73 light. The Sarge was only 044. He wasn't like knocking it over, but he did his job. Glenn Kern and Jason Wick now, the final Tom Bayer car. They're 1 for 2 in the Bayer stable. Getting out of round 1. This is the first call machine. Jason, who's newer this drag race day from the driving standpoint. A little help from the folks at Orange Series. Glenn Peters was out here yesterday hanging out. Glenn Kern, former division champion. Going the way back machine to 1992, but Glenn's been at this a long time. He's recently Foggin 890 champion. Very, very good drag racer. Jason Week missed the tree, goes 889.1, getting there second. Glenn Kern for the win, 895.3, $1.60. Stepping off the gas down there. Glenn was 007, Jason was 096. Can't give Glenn Kern 900s. Usually in Supercomp, can't give anybody 900s. But somebody like Glenn who's got 1,200 runs down this track. It's usually going to be set up pretty good. Mikey Woodard and Cody Stevenson now. Couple green lights. And a win light to Cody Stevenson. Better reaction time, 891.8. Mike Woodard took 8 thou. Raced the stripe good. He missed the tree, goes 886.7. Cody didn't give him any room to get in there. 26 thou package to a 51 light to lock him out. Steve Shear, Tanner Hyatt. Tanner Hyatt dead on 3, taking 4th out. Yeah. That's getting after. Steve Shear was 24 on the tree and locked out everywhere he went. Hannah Huber and Bob Van Poppering. Popering. I remember that. Got to break old habits, right? Hannah Huber on the left. She's pulling double duty this weekend in the Excel Drywall Enumclaw Power Sports team. And Bob and Popering. BVP had the better light and gets the win light because of it. 11 on the tree, 897.2. taking 200s. Hannah Huber was 59, 894.6. Bob Van Popreen for the win. As Mike Copping and Joe Garbizo come your way next. Double breakout, 87 for Copping to an 85 for Garbizo, and Mike Copping wins the double breakout. Justin Morris, Dory Quigley. Dory Quigley's 050 red. Justin Morris for the win, 887.9, 183. Travis Theobald and Trent Flores now in the Victory Express car. Travis Theobald takes a 210,000 stripe for the win. 892.7. It's an 893.8. Trent was 22 on the tree. Travis was 33. 210,000. Travis Theobald knocks out Trent Flores. Wow, what a drag race. Michael Murrill and Allison McCone now. Dead on 7, Allie McCone, 173 miles per hour for the win. With 0-10 reaction time, threw up a 17 thousandths pack. Mike Murrill broke out, getting there second. 38 on the tree as Allie McCone makes a good, strong run in round one. And here's Nick Alejandre and Nikki Bailey. Nikki Bailey rocked through. Nick Alejandre gets the win light, 887, 167. After Nikki dropped the top bowl, that constitutes a red light in the .90 class. And here's Tanner Theobald and Chuck Babcock. Listen up in the pits. Super Gas, come on down. Final class of the evening. Super Gas to the lanes. Chuck Babcock goes 25 red, and Tanner Theobald gets the win light in round number 1 after getting bounced in round 1 yesterday. That's a big moment for the division points leader. Here comes Jerron Settles and Russ Stevenson. It's Russ in the right lane. It's Jerron on the left. The flying airbrush. The painter. Driving the Ted Weems machine. Jerron Settles takes 15 thou for the win. 892 with a 4. Beats 891 with a 2. Jerron was 17 on the tree to the 30 for Russ. A great top-end driving job there for Jerron Settles to knock out Russ Stevenson. And here's Mike Cornelius and Mike Lane, the farmer out of Shafter on the right side. Mike Lane dead on 3, gets it done. Mike Cornelius was 008, but he couldn't back down and goes 889-1 and bricks out. Kim Will and Robin Lane now. Play the Who Got Off the Starting Line game first guessing contest. If you guessed Robin Lane, you win. How about 003 take 004? 895 for the win. Kim Will broke out with her opponent going 895. The reaction time was 073. Was not good. Robin Lane's 003 took 004 for the win. Jimmy Kelso, Steve Parsons. We have a lost cell phone in the tower. If you're missing the cell phone, come and get it. Lost cell phone in the tower. Jimmy Kelso, Steve Parsons. Off and running. Give it to Jimmy. 892. Beats an 895. Jimmy is better on the tree and better in the line. Knocks out Dragster Killer in round number 1. Toby Payne and Greg Boutte, the Huckleberry, the Foggett. Blaster machine. Greg Boutte got there first by 13th down, broke out. Toby Payne was dead on one with an 014 light. How about Greg Boutte was 18 and locked out. Toby Payne 014 dead on one. Nothing Greg could do about it. Toby Payne into the next round as Frankie Lacasio and Marco Pervolaris roll in. $892.2 for Marco as Frankie got there first by 900s and broke out by 25 thou. Frankie crushed him on the tree. It was 014 to Marco's 65. But he took a giant stripe. Again, we have a lost cell phone in the tower. You're missing your cell phone. Everybody quick, grab your cell phone. If you still haven't found it, come see me. Debbie Dolezal left and Phil Jaramillo on the right. The Bosque Farms team. Matty Payne, Chris McNichol. Lost cell phone just called. Paynes go 2 for 2 in round one. 891.9 with a 26 light. Chris McNichol left first by 100th, got there first by 400s. He broke out by 11th down. Madison Payne gets the win over Chris McNichol to move in to Sunday. Join her brother Toby. Ray Madrano and Bobby Dye. Super Gas, final call, final call. Bobby Dye breaks out by 7 thou, taking 400s plus, and Ray Madrano gets the win, 895 at 156. Ray dropped the nose way too soon. Bobby couldn't do anything about it. Goes 889 3 at 178. Took 47 thousandths, broke out by 7 thousandths. Nick Sadies, Bob Earlywine are up next. CDs who appeared to have a lack of a trans brake problem yesterday, turns it 3 thou red here today. Bob Earlywine. Goes 054, 874.9 to get the win. And here's Jack Renson. And Ginger Welfringer. Jack Dorenson tried to go red, but Ginger beat him to it. 005 beats 003 in the race to the L. Ginger Welfinger turns it red by 5 thou. Jack Dorenson gets the win, and here's Mark Darso and Jonathan Flores. Jonathan Flores for the win. 897.8 beat the dead on 7. Mark Darso missed the tree. 189 in reaction time, and after that great run in the shootout, Jonathan Flores 897.8 takes 800s. Coasting on down for the win. Darso 189 on the tree. That's going to hurt Billy Woodard, Jeff Davey. Jeff Davey goes 893.9. Billy Woodard, all sorts of distractions up here. Throws out a dead on 1 with a 7:53 reaction time. Here comes Steve Williams and Val Torres. Wow. Steve and Val round 1. Williams off the line first. Williams for the win line, 893.4. Val Torres goes 886. And from the winner's circle, Val Torres gets bounced in round 1. 886.4, took a big stripe, and Steve Williams just laid out of it. Does what Steve Williams does. Trey veteran Joe Galati. How about 894 a pair, and Trey Vetter takes 2 thou. 16 over an 18 reaction time is the difference. Trey Vetter take 2 thou. The runner-up last night moving on. Now Randy Beck and Angelo Stanton. Randy Beck takes 1 thou at the stripe. 896.5 backing into Angelo, who missed the tree. And here's Phil Nagel. Dylan Hedgewood. Phil Nagel takes out Dylan Hedgewood, who breaks out by 2 thou. Here's Bo Hicks and Angelina Ferre, final pair. Angelina had possible bye. Instead, she draws Bo Hicks. Bo Hicks double 01 red gives Angie the free ride and goes 892.7 at 180 with the 33 light. And Angelina Ferre, she moves on to Sunday in round number 2 after not running round number 1. Bo was double 01 red, topped it out. John Kruger, Martin Lama's going to kick things off. Super Gas, final category of the night. First pair of Super Gas, he's an 8,000 stripe and a win light for John Kruger at the Tehachapi native. Turns it on. Martin Lamas goes 996.8, but was 47 on the tree. Gave it up by 8 thou on the other end. John Kruger for the win. Brent McKinney and Nate Huber. Nate Huber did his job down there. He took 6 thou, but he broke out by 8. He had no window to get into. Brent McKinney, 001. 993.5. Nate Huber was 038. Brent locked him out. Dan Davis, Mike Boehner. Mike Boehner moving on to tomorrow. Dan Davis takes 0.3 breaks out by 100th. They're both right there in reaction time. 992 to 155 for Boehner. Here's Trent Langen and Paul Weichman. Trent Langen, 18 on the tree, 891-1. Good enough on both ends to knock out Paul Eichmann as John Sapone and Lon Wilburn roll up. .10.05 to a 993, John Sapone. If a 10.05 beats a 993, it pretty much tells you what happened. And Lon Wilburn went 188 on the tree. No idea why Lon missed the tree that much. John Sapone probably got down there and went, man, I feel like I'm going real slow. Goes 10.05 for the win light. Ray Cordero and Mike Bonner. Double breakout, give it to Ray. Mike Bonner missed the tree. 071 and 988 to 986. John Philippi and Ron Kelly are up next. They're both away on the green. .993 beats a 992 on a whole shot. Give to John Philippi. 29 on the tree to Ron Kelly's 057. Greg Ventura and Kerry Kost are up next. Kerry Kost takes 9th thou for the win. 991-1 beats 991-3, taking 9th thou. 7th thou better on this end, 2th thou better down there. To send Greg Ventura back to the trailer. Kevin Jellum and Brian Downer. .987.6 for Kevin Jellum, but he was 10 red. 990 with a 6 for Ryan Downer, legging it out on the free run as Bob Heffley and Dave Holmes come up next. Mike Lang, Chris Nafziger. Chris Nafziger on the right side. Mike Lane the left. A couple of Corvette Roadsters. And a win light for Nafziger. 991 beats a 993, 171 miles per hour for Chris. Mike Lang was fourth down better in reaction, but couldn't run the number. Nafziger drove around to take 200. Dennis Paz and Marvin Wiebe. Paz in the pickup over there. Won this race 20 years ago with that truck, and Marvin Wiebe in the Corvette. Dennis went red. Marvin goes 986.7. 28 red for Dennis Paz. Vince Reale, Ned Stout. Both the way on the green. Vince Reale for the win, 994. Ed Stout took 8 down. He goes 986 and doing it. 91 on the tree for Ed Stout. Just kind of a rough weekend for Ed, unfortunately. And the car wasn't there. The reaction times couldn't make up for it. And the reaction times weren't there. The car couldn't make up for it. And Ed out early in round 1 here on Saturday night. Paul Prang and Larry Bradshaw. $991.9 for Paul, $992.9 for Larry. Paul Prang for the win. Better reaction time, closer to number. Double that up, turn on a win light. Mark Fenton and Doug Sedmak. Doug Sedmak goes red. Mark Fenton takes a free ride, goes 988.6, 143. 22 red for Doug. As Ryan Giaccone and Mike Wibbleshauser roll in. Saging duel. Ryan goes in. Wibbleshauser followed right away, and they both go green. Mike Wibbleshauser gets it done. 16 on the tree, 93.9. Ryan Giaccone was 49 on the tree. 92.8 coming behind Mike. Brad Pearson the right side and Glenn Smith in the left. A couple of the cool super gas cars, like real cool ones. 58 Vet right and 51 Henry J in the left. Wow, Glenn Smith got timed out. Brad Pierce, 992 for the win. Glenn Smith didn't get it staged in time, and the lights dropped without him. Taking a quick look down track. They fire him back up. Lorene Rogers, Daryl Mitchell, left and right. Pair of green lights. And a good drag race brewing. At the stripe, the good drag race goes to Lorene. Dead on 7 for the win. At 154 miles per hour. 998. Daryl Mitchell couldn't run the number. And here comes Adam Hicks and David Beckwith. Adam Hicks went 12 red, 028 for David Beckwith, goes 989, 157 on the free pass. Dennis Keck, Pete Bothy up next. Porsche Pete over here on the right side. Dennis Keck with problems. Does Pete know it? Yes, 998, 133. Damon Bustamante and Greg Martin. Damon, who is, I understand, done in top dragster. Because he had a bit of a motor problem earlier. He's going to try to keep his weekend alive here in Super Gas. E&R Construction, Solano Transport, Merritt Oil Team. Greg Martin right. Damon's still alive. Wow. Greg Martin takes 2 thou and breaks out running an 89-1 over an 89-6 from Damon. It's one of those deals where you feel like you did everything right. You left within 3 thou, you took 2 thou, and you still lose a double breakout. Matt Treadway and Janice Hogan. And a win light for Matt, 992, 154. Takes 300 at the stripe, leaving first. Getting there first. Evan Kowalski and James Spurnack. Red light, James Spurnack. 100th red, Evan Kowalski, who won last night, will move on today, 988 forward, 157 with a 26 reaction time to bring up Joe Glotty and Gary Hesselbrock. Away on the green, Galati left and Hesselbrock right. On the starting line, they had identical reaction times at the finish line. Gary Hesselbrock wins a double breakout by 8 thou. That's the stripe Joe Galati took. When you're both holding and you're both identical on the tree, it's the risk you take, taking the stripe, and Joe Galati made the wrong choice there. Steve Parsons and Lindsey Larson now. Steve trying to keep his weekend going after losing round 1 of Super Comp. And Steve Parsons does. 989-1 to win a double breakout. Lindsey Larson took 8 thou and went 987-6. Steve had the better light that helped out. Ryan Zermano and Greg Harrison. Ryan and Greg off on the green. And a win light for Greg Harrison. It takes 18,000. 993 to 992 with the better light. Darren Dolezal and Davey Adams. Back at it. Red light. Davey Adams by 6 thou. Give Darren Dolezal the win. Randy Bowers and Gary McNaka. Gary McNaka goes 991. Right place, right time, sport. 84 on the tree, 127, Randy Bowers. Gary goes 084 and leaves first in a .90 car. That doesn't happen very much. Val Torres and Steve Schmidt. $997 for Steve Schmidt. Don't know what happened to Val down there, but Val Torres lifts to 1038. About Val Torres is done on day one of the second double race. Lost in Super Comp, lifts in Super Gas to lose as well. Bill Botello goes 987.9 to win the double breakout. James Schmidt 982. Ouch. Way too quick down there. Here's John McCone and Lindsey Meserve. John McCone, Lindsey Meserve. It's Lindsey for the win, 995. John McCone missed the tree. He was 079, goes 991.8. Lindsey Meserve takes 13 thou for the win. Here's Xavier Zermano and Tony Manning. Big Tony. Tony Manning's dead on 6 for the win. Xavier took stripe, but goes 988.8. Breaks out, taking 37,000 as Kim Will and Brian Morris roll in. Kim Will, 992 at buck 53, gets it done. Takes 13th out at the stripe. Brian Morris couldn't run the number. Goes 995.4. Here's Steve Williams and Marco Paravalaris. We have a rerun of Stock Eliminator and a single of Super Gas. And other than that, this is the final pair of the night. Steve Williams, who took out Val Torres in Super Comp, the winner last night, will now try to take out Marco Paravalaris in Super Gas, the runner-up last night. Final pair of Super Gas. And they're both green. Marco Paravalaris was perfect and dead on 3 for the win to knock out Steve Williams. A 3-thou package to knock out Steve in round 1. Steve Williams was 20 on the tree. Dead on 9, jamming on the binders down there, and Marco Paravalaris throws up a 3-pack to take the stripe by 26 thousandths and knock down Steve Williams. And here's Roger Cato to close things out on a solo shot. Roger goes dead on 4 with a 10 light. That ends Super Gas, and here is your heads up stock rerun. Ethan Hill and Pete Lanciers. They were supposed to be heads up. There was a issue putting the numbers in. And Pete Lanciers and Ethan Hill now get a rerun. Heads up, stock eliminator, and F stock. Turn it green, get to the finish line first, you win. Get the last win light of the night. Both in. Red light, Ethan Hill. Pete Lancier is going to get the win. The retired battleship sailor. On to tomorrow. He's 50 on the tree. He's 1142. And that'll do it. 8 o'clock, Super Street. 8:30? Even better, we get to sleep in. 8:30, Super Street. Round 1 tomorrow morning. 8:30, you get 30 extra minutes in the morning. Super Street, round 1. We will see you then. Have a good night.